is a skill that places a
Monk looks
giant
sick.
resonating bell.
I'm not
Hitting the
impressed.
bell causes it to ring, dealing damage
Yeah, I
to
have
all
bell,
enemies
bell,
around.
bell,
You can also
bell,
do
bell,
things like
bell,
freeze
bell,
or
bell.
shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the
Yeah,
strikes.
we're gonna be a little bit later.
The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles.
No, guys, I'm not
There are
impressed.
21
I'm not
active
impressed.
skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the
Yeah,
options
that
you
I
have.
heard, but like there is
By
no
endgame,
specific
you'll be
date.
Dashing from pack to pack,
So
spewing
maybe
projectiles
October,
and
December
obliterating
next year,
strings
maybe
of
somewhere in
enemies
the
with
summer.
huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills.
Vikai.
Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all
This
damage
is also
from
not
the
my
front,
class.
even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage.
Keep
so
stopping
be
the list
careful.
of
If it
the
reaches
first
100%,
character.
your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
Let's do the poll as well.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills like
Oh
Shield
my
Charge,
gosh!
which allows
Oh
you to
my
charge towards enemies and stun.
Dude, I wanted to buy it myself. I
While
mean,
charging, you're also
I
blocking
mean,
the whole time, so you have full
oh,
damage
we're
immunity
starting
from
the
the front.
stream. What a
The
day
warrior
without
also
the
has access
bot.
to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities.
Like, you know,
like
after
Shockwave
the
Totem,
really
which can be
difficult
placed to
long
stun nearby
weekend
enemies
with
and
a
trigger
like
aftershocks
eventful
like those from
weekend,
the
it's
earthquake.
fucking.
But you can also
It's
get
nice
ancestral
to be
warrior
back in the
totems, which allow you
common
to use any slam
environment
skill in your
where
repertoire.
everything is happening as usual.
This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into.
Ah,
I can take
who
a
knew?
slam like Sunder and socket it into my ancestral warrior.
I was doing the
totem.
poll. Wait,
Now
I'm doing
when
the
I summon
poll. I
them,
forgot.
they'll sit there and slam the
Complicate.
monsters from a
Brain
distance.
dead.
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows
The
in the
poll
ground
is
which
up
explode when
and
hit by the
running,
bouncing,
boys and
or
girls.
electrocute enemies to take them out of combat.
The poll is up and
Ice
running.
attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to
Happy
keep them away from you.
voting.
Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing
Talking
around
about
between
how does it
enemies,
look,
or
guys?
spraying
No one
out
can
tornadoes.
say which. Cookie, necromancer
noticed
it's a
in the
witch.
bottom left of the screen that
It's
the flask
summoning.
slots look a
The
little
witch is
different.
summoning skeletons.
In PoE2, you have
bunch
one
of
dedicated
skeletons
light
running around
flask
and doing like
slot and one
full
mana
skeleton
flask
army.
slot.
It is a necromancer.
Flasks gain charges as you kill
Vote,
enemies, and
vote,
typically
vote,
allow you to heal
vote. The
6
poll
or
is up
7
and
times if they're
running.
full.
All for you.
But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will
We're gonna
find
watch
skills that
also
work
the
like
interview.
shotguns,
That's the
sniper
interview today,
rifles,
now it was
assault
yesterday.
rifles, and even grenade launchers.
Vote, vote,
But
vote,
not only that, there are a
vote.
wide variety of more interesting
was
elemental
your
ammos
weekend?
too. It's very fast
There
to
was
switch
the
between ammo types,
interview,
as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for
With
devastating
the
effect.
Gazi and Jonathan. I'm playing this so
Use
bad.
glacial
Like, guys,
bolt to create
visually.
walls
Let's
of
talk
ice
about
to
like
separate
visually.
enemies,
Do you
then
enjoy
switch to fragmentation
visually?
rounds
That
to
is my
explode the
second
ice, doing
choice.
massive AoE damage.
Cookie, the thing is, the
If I
fucking
come across an armored enemy, I could use
the
armor
witch,
piercing
not
rounds to
just
break
like,
their
okay,
armor,
there are
and then
skeletons,
high
blah blah
velocity
blah,
rounds to take
but
them
you
down.
can
Or
specialize
perhaps I could fire
in
a gas grenade to poison
special
enemies before detonating the
ability
cloud
of
with
the
an explosive
witch,
shot for
and it will
massive damage.
transform into a fucking demon!
If you
Into
want
a
to call in
fucking
some
demon
suppressing
it will
fire, you
transform!
can summon artillery ballistas. These have a
Demon!
minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before
I think
moving in.
visually, for real, visually is really, really beautiful.
There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper
Can
your
you
enemies
transform
with
into
your
an angel
automatic
food
shotgun.
if they are weaklings? Why the fuck would
If you're
you
looking to take a
do?
back seat and let your
Transform
minions do the
into
work,
a Lilith. The
then
most
witch
ridiculous
should be your
part, I
choice.
already have pretty
She can
much
call
half of
forth
the
hordes of undead
cosplay
monsters to fight
costume
for her
ready.
while casting powerful
I
chaos
was just
spells that
out of,
debilitate
you know,
her enemies. Occult
my
skills are some of
chest,
the most
out of my
varied in the game,
purse. I
with
have half of the
skeletons,
demon
noxious
cosplay
spells, specialty minions,
already there.
curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about
Can
a new
transform into
resource in
Wolfista.
Path of
You can be a
Exile 2
druid,
called
can be a
Spirit.
bear, but it's not gonna be
This is a
available on the
spirit
6th.
gem, which allows you to pick from a range of
But
persistent
not a wolfie,
skills.
but the biggest
All
bear.
classes have a variety of
Apparently.
these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically
Minions,
when they
okay?
die, so you don't
Minions.
have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
Yeah,
Here, I'm
like
using the
visually.
skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde.
We'll
You can
maybe
see
see
the spirit
explode.
cost of each one.
50-50
Skeletal warriors
chance.
are cheap, but weak. Useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes.
Look
of
how
minions.
many.
But
Ding,
what
ding,
can a witch
ding.
do while her army is at
Like a
work?
lot. You have a
Well,
lot
she
of
has a range
minions. You have like the
chaos
full
spells
army.
to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them.
You are
Or,
spreading
you can curse them to make them
disease.
weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
Thank you so much for following.
The Sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions,
You're gonna be the
lightning
warrior.
storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique
Instead
and
of
has
a
many
witch.
different
Ah,
ways
yeah,
to
you
build and
mean,
combo
no,
with
yeah,
others,
like,
even between different elements.
No
For example,
gender.
Flame Wall conjures a burning
Get
line that
characters
not
are
only
gender
damages
locked.
enemies,
Oh, my
but also
brain. My
empowers all
brain will
projectiles that
able to
pass through
remember
it. If you place a
how
wall
to
and
speak
fire lightning
English,
sparks through
maybe.
it, they'll gain extra fire damage.
Our
It's a good
slender
idea to take
happiness,
advantage
guys.
of the ability
I
to
spoke
automatically swap
German the
weapons when you use
whole
certain
weekend.
skills.
The whole
Having a special
weekend,
staff with
I
bonuses to
spoke
fire
German.
skills and a
And then at some point, I just like, oh fuck this, don't mess with me. And I'm, oh sorry, yeah. Willst du mich verarschen? No, like, but I was like,
Another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo
I'm
like
German.
this. The Sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner.
You know
When
what I
it's full,
saw?
a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was
The
ignited.
PC requirements.
There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to
Guys. System. Oh my gosh, that's all in German.
mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet.
Okay, sure. Well, you can play the warrior here.
Yeah.
Yep, and then just press X again one more time.
Okay.
Second. I found the settings, guys. Strike! Let's go. System requirements. So it's on Steam, on Path of Exile 2, blah, blah, blah. You can see the system requirements. And what is like recommended. But add a little bit. Add a little. It's a slow game, and it's for real slow game, and it will be slow. That's the plan. I'm always like saying 100 gigabytes. Yeah, like you want it to the fact to be beautiful. You want it to be beautiful. You need a lot of space for the shit to be beautiful. It's like, yeah. It's a Russian child starting from. It's Russian child. He was really happy. Guys, I got Lego for him, and freaking, I thought, like, basically, I was like, I was trying to find something interesting. The kid fucking has everything. The kid has everything in his life. And then I so freaked out, and I was already, motherfucker, like, okay, if you have everything, fuck this, I will just get Lego. But because I got the Lego that wasn't the specific build, the specific, like, this, but I got just the Lego pieces. And apparently it was fucking such a hit. I didn't buy, let's support, I just bought like just Lego pieces. You can build whatever the fuck you want out of it. But not a specific, you can, out of this, you're gonna build this. It was such a hit. It was like all the other gifts were forgotten. That was cool. It was, I don't know, maybe I was lucky with the Black Friday and everything. It wasn't too bad. So, I was for real. I was already like, oh, for fuck's sake, that's too expensive. That's just insane. That just sucks. That he has. Okay, if you already have this, I'm gonna just get my money back. Hi, everyone. Scorpion, hi, YouTube. Hi, X. Hi, people. Path of Exile 2, please. Path of Exile 2 requirements, system requirements. Same like Lost Ark, yeah. Solid state storage, I like it. Internet connection, blah, blah, blah. 2060. Are you gonna leave? Are we gonna survive? Yeah, yo. When Windows are on, your PC gonna explode. It will definitely explode. Oh, by the way, which one? Which one? I like you all. You're voting correctly. You're voting correctly. Everyone did right. Good. So hopefully we're gonna survive. Diablo 4 had a requirement 1080, or like 90 even. Diablo 4 has a really low requirement.
One more time, actually. Okay. And then I'll pick a class. Maybe I'll go the...
Diablo 4 is like, you can play on a toaster, but it will
Sorceress,
crash.
Since we hadn't played already.
Yeah.
There you go. The rest of the characters get hanged. And out to escape. Yeah, the storyline is that the count in the local area is kind of gone crazy and started arresting people for no reason. We're supposed to
I saw the beginning of this video, but I haven't actually seen it.
Prevent this from happening. So yeah, if you use the middle button, you can.
That is
open
the beginning of the
inventory.
game.
You can
I
do it at the same
also
time on your
played
side,
boop.
Oh yeah.
and then equip your items.
Thank you.
Very good. So let's go. So yeah, I'm playing Sorceress. So I have this fire spell. On R1, you have your attack button.
Okay.
If you encounter this symbol on the atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic.
Blood
and you must fight
waves,
to
blood
survive.
waves, but not yours.
The tribute you have offered to the altar can
Oh,
be
fuck
spent
this,
to buy
no.
powerful items.
I'm gonna be the
but
one.
they
No, I'm
can
not
be
quitting
expensive.
shit.
To gain more
I'm
tribute,
gonna
you
be the
will want
one
to
who will
find
be
more
screaming,
altars.
"Yo, Path of Exile,
Each successive
motherfuckers!"
ritual you do within an area will
Stretch!
spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you'll be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend.
Lord of the Lost.
One of the
I
rewards
need
you can buy with tribute are
reality. Just nice
omens.
to see you. I
These
need
are special items that allow for metacrafting.
Spotify
Crafting items that
link.
affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will
guys. You Path of Exile gamers, Path of Exile gamers. Yeah, I did annoy Trainer this weekend. I did annoy him, no, like, and he annoyed me. I was like super okay, but he annoyed me, and then he paid for it. So that is important for your shoulders. For fuck's sake, let's go. Step 1. At least freaking try to connect your elbows because it will release your shoulders. That is next step. Just try it. It's a maybe. This is step 1. This is step 2. Bending, this is step 3.
will help you to remove the mods you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals.
No, Rude and Ascendancy you're joking, but it's a fucking position in yoga that I don't remember the name.
Mods, making your
but it's
rituals more
hardcore shit.
The
It's like
pinnacle
super
encounter
hardcore
of
shit.
Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, affecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying.
Cajun, you got it.
Everything
You got
kill
it.
will
What do you
increase the
want?
rewards
Like,
that
if you
drop.
have like
However,
specific
the
preferences,
deeper
you need
into
to
the
send
mist
me
you
like the
travel,
GIF
stronger the
and
monsters are.
the sound.
Be careful not to overstay your
No, I
welcome.
didn't start Arcane. I was
Occasionally,
like,
while
I was
clearing corruption,
super
you will
bad.
encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up
We need to
with
do this.
explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants. The destruction
I'll
of
think
which
about
will
something.
further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to
Old
increase
friends,
the number of
old
expeditions
friends.
and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives,
The game will
while
be.
this one
It is
increases the
grindy.
number of remnants you will find.
Grindy. It's always. It was
Eventually,
always
you
like
might
this.
discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site.
But they're saying that you don't
Here,
need,
you can create
that
an
you won't
extremely
need
long
loot
chain of
filter.
explosives
I don't
and
understand
go
how the
through a
fuck it's
very
gonna be,
high number of remnants.
but apparently...
But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily
look,
make
it's the witch, it's the witch, it's the witch, it's the
There are all
witch!
sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping
It's the
caves
witch, a little
and
amount
hidden
of skeletons
pirate caches,
with you.
But the most powerful encounter
Yeah,
is
it is
Omen,
worse. In
the
this
ancient
regard-
undead commander of
Yeah.
the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique
like way,
rewards,
way
as well as points
grindy.
to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree.
So
Starting
apparently,
in
like,
Act 2,
you
you'll
won't
come
need
across
the
ascension
loot
trials.
filter, even
Tests
though
that you must
I once
complete to
again,
unlock your
I don't
ascension
understand
class.
how the fuck it's gonna
We'll
be,
explain
but
these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what
what
ascending
items to
can do
pick
for
up
your
and what to
character.
leave. So I'm
Each class has
always
access to
overloaded
3
with the junk
ascendancy
items in
classes,
Perfect Exile.
But at the start of early access, only
Yeah,
2 per class
that's
will
why
be
you were
available.
using like, and you have to. That's why
Ascendancy
they
classes
always
are unique to each character
had
class, so
introduced
choose
blah blah.
wisely.
You were
They can
you were
drastically
downloading it
affect how
from
you
the
build your
never
character.
sync blah blah.
As a sorceress, you could become a storm weaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes
And
elemental
like,
storms
because
to be
you were,
summoned
everyone
each
was
time you
using
do
the
a
loot
critical hit with
filters
a
because
spell.
Perfect Exile was dropping too much
With strike
shit.
Twice, you can stack
Never
2
Sync has
copies of
confirmed
Shock
that they
for
will
more
have
damage. And going
available
deeper into the
filters
tree, you can make
approximately
all the
for
damage
8
types
weeks
apply
after
shock.
the release.
Make a shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a chronomancer
Pretty much
and
all
command time
players are
itself.
solo.
She literally has the ability to
If
stop
it's
time
helping
with
you, I'm
time
wondering in the
freeze.
group play, are you gonna
Not
get
only
the
that, but
extra
she has many
XP or
other time
something?
manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back
From
to a
Perfect Exile
previous
2 and
location,
Hardcore.
resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or
Guys,
with
do you
Time
think
Snap,
that you
she
will
can
be
reset all
getting
her
a
cooldowns
lol
and
you
cast
died
all her
email
spells
from
again.
Perfect Exile 2?
On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits.
With the Raging Spirits build is so epic. Madman, I
Linked to
think
each
that
of your
I'm playing
totems.
this. I'm fucking playing this.
With Jade
Demon
Heritage,
Witch.
you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries.
I'm super surprised.
Let all that anger out.
Shades, it's kind of weird, don't you think?
The Titan
How
class
the
is
fuck
all
it
about
doesn't have the
hitting big.
Minion ascendancy tree?
With Earthbreaker, every
For
slam is a
the,
chance to
it's
create
like
an aftershock.
impossible. For the Witch, for the like
With
pretty much
crushing
Necromancer
impacts,
class.
every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you
No,
to stun
if you
your
say
enemies with
so.
ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With endless munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile.
Like minions,
Gathering
pure
Winds,
minions.
she
Maybe it
gains
will
a small
come with a full
increase in
release,
movement
guys.
speed
Maybe
every
they're not
attack.
like yet showing
But be
everything for all the
she loses them
classes.
when
That's
getting
my
hit.
only
With Eagle Eyes, she will
actually
never
like
miss, allowing
logical
you to stop
explanation
wasting
to
all
this
those
because
passive
for
points on
real,
accuracy.
like why the fuck?
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move
Yeah,
much
and
more
they do,
quickly
they
while
do
firing,
it, yeah.
while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist,
Which is
she can summon
like
a
cool,
loyal
but
Hellhound
yeah,
companion.
minions are
The
missing.
Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well.
And literally
So
me.
if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
Life
can also
recovery.
become a
I just
blood
hate that
mage,
it's a low
a
life
master
build.
of
I
life
really
and
hate
energy.
it. It's like life sucking
All
build.
blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an invoker.
Yeah,
With
that's
elemental
great.
expression, the invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike.
It's okay,
With
we'll
faith
find
as a
it, I'll
choice,
find it,
you
I'll
gain
find
the
it.
ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the blizzard or I am the thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
Path of Exile 2 is an eagerly anticipated action role-playing game developed and published by Grinding Gear Games. Acting as both a sequel and an evolution of the critically acclaimed Path of Exile, 2013, the game builds upon the foundation.
That is super weird. Thank you so much for following.
Of its predecessor while introducing significant innovations across its gameplay, world design, and character progression systems. Announced at ExileCon in November
I will play it, of course I will play it.
Path of Exile 2 has undergone substantial development, evolving from an expansion into a standalone sequel. Set 20 years after the events of the original Path of Exile.
Guys, I'm gonna I'm that I don't understand only one thing. Like it is no, it's not an expand it's a rework. It's original Path of Exile rework.
The game delves into the aftermath of the defeat of Kitava and the collapse of the established order in Rayclest. The land remains a desolate, dangerous place. But new factions and rising powers are
But okay, they
shaping
have the
region's
story.
future.
Okay, the story
The story
continues.
introduces fresh characters, factions, and conflicts while retaining the dark, gothic atmosphere that defines the franchise. Path of Exile 2 offers a completely new 6-act campaign designed to be played independently of the original game.
The video explaining the
Each act features
story. That
distinct
was just the video
environments,
explaining the
ranging
story
from
also.
lush forests and scorched deserts to haunting ruins and bustling cities.
Yeah,
unfolds
shades a
organically,
little
with fully
bit.
voice-acted characters, cinematic cutscenes, and branching quests that adapt to player choices. While the campaign presents a fresh story, it integrates seamlessly with the lore of Rayclast, expanding on the mysteries of the world and the powers of the first ones. Returning players will find subtle nods to the original campaign, while new players can enjoy an entirely standalone narrative. Path of Exile 2 introduces 6 new base classes: Warrior, Monk, Mercenary, Sorceress, Witch, and Ranger, each with unique mechanics and playstyles. These classes complement the original 6: Duelist, Templar, Marauder, Shadow, Scion, and Ranger, giving players 12 total options for character creation. Each
Hunter,
base
not
class
Ranger.
features 3 new ascendancy paths, offering a total
Guys,
of 36
free.
specialized
So apparently free new ascendancy, the witch gonna have the third one, which will be a necromancer, but probably it's gonna come later.
builds. For example, the Sorceress can evolve into an elementalist,
Witch
a spellblade,
demon.
or a mana warrior,
Witch demon lady.
each focusing on distinct aspects of magic and combat. Grinding Gear Games has hinted at expanded competitive modes, including seasonal challenges and leaderboards for both solo and group players. Path of Exile 2 will maintain its free-to-play model, with monetization focused solely on cosmetic microtransactions, ensuring a fair gameplay experience for all players. Players can enjoy seamless progression
yourself
across PC
some
and console,
cosmetics.
thanks to cross-save functionality. Path of Exile 2 is poised to build upon the legacy of its predecessor, offering both newcomers and veteran players an expansive, immersive ARPG experience. With its deep customization options, engaging combat, and commitment to a fair free-to-play model, it stands as one of the most anticipated titles in the genre. The game's development emphasizes community involvement, ensuring that player feedback helps shape the final product. The game will be released on December 6th, 2024
Early
on
access.
PC, PS5,
Early
Xbox Series
access.
X and Series S. Now you can enjoy the screenshots without any interruption. Enjoy.
No, it's not gameplay, okay. Let's see the interview, guys. Let's see the interviewee.
So sorry about the delay, everybody. We are here. Thanks for waiting.
Witch.
And,
The
take it away,
demon
guys, with
lady
the intro.
witch. I don't like Sorceress too much. I didn't like Sorceress too much.
Hi everybody. And
Early
welcome
access is gonna
to
go till the
Tavern
full
Talk.
release.
We have lost track of which episode this is, but this time we have Jonathan with us yet again to talk about PoE2. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Obviously the response to the live stream we did was kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what we really expected, but certainly there seems to be a lot of hype. So yeah, it's a bit scary, but I think we're doing pretty well.
Oh, for sure. Big congratulations on the reveal. It was fantastic. Like the intro scene, I think it blew everybody away. Absolutely astonishing. I mean, DM, what do you think about the reveal? Like, I'm rating it at a 12 out of 10 so far. It's been the best one yet.
I mean, obviously everyone liked it. I would say that kind of expected it to be good because I was able to get the early sneak peek and see it in LA earlier on. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be pretty well received. One of my questions I did have for you to go right into it. We're going to do general questions, and then we're going to pretty much almost immediately go into like more specific questions. And these are questions mostly just posed from the community that they really want the answers to. But one of the general questions that I had for you was, it seems like there's been more and more an emphasis on exploration and world building. In Path of Exile too, you saw things like the skulls on the maps is one such example you've used for this before. So
apparently it is. It looks like it is.
The process that happened when you guys started to realize we really want to have more of a focal point on exploration in the game.
So, I mean, to start with the story stuff like that, I mean, we really want to make sure that we're doing better than what we had in PoE1 with regard to story. Like a lot of people get to PoE1 and they never even realize what it is, like what the story even was. But as for exploration as well, I mean, there's just, you really want to have that fantasy of you're playing a fantasy game, right? Like you just and I think
I got some red flags from what I've seen so far. I personally think they overloaded the presentation. They yes, it is super, super beautiful, but they put there so much. No, this is what Path of Exile, I understand this is what Path of Exile is about, but you don't need it in the presentation, kinda. There were the moments where we're like, okay, we're losing it. What are you talking about? For the new players, but I don't know, guys.
So there was a thing that happened, in terms
how
of
to put it all together with the old players and with the new players. But for the new players, it was too much.
People just
you're allowed to say it then.
Didn't realize how much content there was in the game. There was a situation where people would walk past things, they wouldn't know that maps contain stuff. So we're like, okay, when people are dying to bosses all the time, there is stuff out there for them to find. They're just not actually finding it. They don't know that it's there. So the icon on the map thing was just like a really good step towards actually making it so that you realize, oh, you know what, this is actually a game where if I explore, I will be rewarded. And there's been quite a lot of other things like that we've done as well. We've tweaked the random level generator. We've done to make it so that you've got things like where when you come to dead ends, we try to make sure that there's stuff in dead ends for you to find. And of course, there's this the particular encounters that we have
Guys, the ads, the thing is, it's Twitch. Twitch has the ads. You cannot get rid of the ads. We don't have the ads in the beginning of when you're just joining the channel. You don't have the ads. You anyway fucking gonna get it because Twitch does not allow, doesn't exist. You're always gonna have the ads. The only way how to get rid of the ads, you're either subscribing to the channel or you are getting yourself Twitch Turbo, and then it allow you to watch all the channels without the ads. And anyway, the streamers are also getting the support. All that are the ads. The only thing I can do, I can warn. Tip la la la, we're going on an ad break, something like this I can do.
Every area we try to have 2, in some cases there might even be 3, handmade little things you can find, and we're actually keen to expand on that as well. So one of the things that I'm keen to do is to have a larger pool of these kinds of things in the game than what you get the first time you go through an area, and they can be random. And then we could even consider having it so that when we do when we go between leagues, the set of them that gets picked for each area could be randomly selected from those. Like we don't have that at the moment, but it's like something that I'm very keen to do because I think that obviously replayability, it's with an action RPG, it's like a huge thing. By having more of these things, you just want like every time you go through the campaign, you just get a feeling of like, oh, there's stuff here I haven't noticed before. There's stuff there I haven't like just little things, and I think those little things really contribute. And we even started doing that a little bit with PoE1. Once we sort of realized we wanted to do this stuff, even with PoE1, we started saying, okay, every league, when we put one out, we want to have like 20, 30, just like tiny changes to the campaign that we can do, just so that next time you go through it, you just sort of feel like, hey, like here's just something random that I never noticed before. And I think that that's like, it's funny because it's not really a headline feature. Like when we're announcing the, a PoE1 league, it's not like saying, oh, here's like a bunch of these little things. Like it doesn't really get anyone very excited. But I think that when you actually play through it, there's just that feeling of like, oh man, I never saw that before. And it just kind of gives you just a better experience. So I think that feeling of just like, just finding random stuff is really important. And we want to do that as much as we can.
That's really funny that you mentioned that because like, I don't know how many times I've gone through the campaign. I play the game for 10.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I see something new, I'm like, how have I missed this after a decade of playing this game? Because there's none of the patch notes. It's always so surprising.
Yeah.
They're fucking hiding it?
Guys, you want to go with the...
Yeah, I think we just jump into it. We've made a list here to make sure it's structured because we have a tendency of asking repeat questions in the past. And we'll try to make sure that's not happening this time. So the next question we have we're going to jump into is that the PoE2 is focused a lot on new player experience, eliminating a lot of requirements for going to third-party tools or third-party sites. And a commonly asked question is that if we're going to be able to search and look up, say, monsters and their abilities in-game, sort of like a Necronomicon or Wiki in-game, can we expect to see this?
This is something that I'd be super keen to do, especially because of the fact that some of the monster models are so awesome. You don't really get to appreciate them from game camera perspective. Like, so like every weekend, my friends come over, and I like to show them like, hey, here's what we've been doing on PoE2 recently. But the thing is, I've got the tools. I can like open up the what's called the asset viewer and like
selling
hey,
games on
monster,
Steam.
like show them close up and like, hey, look.
It's a free game.
And there's also the funny thing is like the animators make all these idle animations for the monsters that you basically never see, like with a bunch of character to them and stuff like that are really awesome, and the players never see them because obviously you never see a monster not attacking you. So like there's all sort of stuff. So one day, and we don't have this in the game right now, but one day I am very keen to make an actual sort of bestiary, of like here's all the monsters in the game, but like we can actually see the model and like appreciate it a little bit, and then obviously when you do that,
that would be nice.
A great opportunity to be able to show like all various abilities and things like that. It would be sort of handy, I think, for people who are wanting.
And you know which game has it? Diablo Immortal. Oh!
To play specters and to be able to have a big list of all that stuff. So I think that'll be a really cool thing to do one day. But yeah, we don't have it at the moment. I just think it'll be really awesome to kind of show off the work of the artists who have made all these awesome monsters. And like some of them are really kind of gruesome. Like there's this random guy, just to pick a random example, called a pale fishman, and it's like this tiny little thing on screen that you barely even see. But if you like zoom into the model, it's like this crazy like warped thing between a human and a one of those anglerfish with the like dangling light thing on it. Yeah. And like when you look at it real close, you can see there's like a sort of screaming person kind of under there that like there's a mouth and like the idle animation like is like kind of crazy with like all this like. Yeah, like this.
So apparently all of this talk about, oh my gosh, why would I pay $30 or like whatever to play the game that will be free in a couple of months? Well, you gotta be paid $30 to play it early, yeah.
There's just stuff like that in there that it's like, like you really don't appreciate that when you just like blast past it and kill it in like half a second because it's just
costs $30. Early access costs $30.
People see that stuff.
What was the name of that? Because we can get the idle animation when we race it as a specter.
That's right. It was called a pale fishman. Actually,
you can pretty much buy almost all the startups that you need.
I think it might be an
from those $30.
So yeah, in fact, and the other thing as well is when I give names like these are like internal code names. That's like the name of the folder that someone put it in, rather than like the actual like lore name in the game. So I don't know if it'll even be called that in the final version, but yeah, it's just it's pretty interesting to see some of that stuff.
And speaking,
I'll see if I can find it.
Speaking of animations, I'm gonna go off script here from our list already and ask you about.
Guys, it's a little bit cold. Can I wear Diablo 4 hoodie? I mean, pullover, whatever, how it's called. Jacket I have.
The cinematic was something that I wanted to make sure I ask you about, because it's kind of the first, full like major cinematic that
Thank
has
you so
really
much for
been revealed so
following.
far. So, was it difficult?
It may start
doing
a
your
war, I'm
first
not sure.
cinematic, and did you guys get the result and the response you were really hoping for?
Absolutely. So, yes, it was definitely very hard. I
I'm
mean,
gonna
obviously we've
turn
never done
on
anything
the
like that
heating, I
before.
think.
Like I sort of had to. I mean, I wrote it myself, and there was a New Zealand company who we commissioned to kind of to work on it. And they've done obviously some cool stuff before, but I don't think they'd ever done like a thing that's this long, like on the sort of scale, I guess. So that was certainly, like, I mean, they did a really good job, right? Like it's really awesome. But yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of like. I was really concerned, right? Because obviously the comparison is to like Blizzard and all the crazy cinematics like that. And to be honest, like the quality of the animation is not what Blizzard does, right? Like, I mean, they, like we do a lot of things in order to make it so that like it is like I want the. I wrote it myself, and there was a New Zealand company who we commissioned to kind of to work on it. And they've done obviously some cool stuff before, but I don't think they'd ever done like a thing that's this long, like on the sort of scale, I guess. So that was certainly, like, I mean, they did a really good job, right? Like it's really awesome. But yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of like. I was really concerned, right? Because obviously the comparison is to like Blizzard and all the crazy cinematics like that. And to be honest, like the quality of the animation is not what Blizzard does, right? Like, I mean, they, like we do a lot of things in order to make it so that like it is like I want the content to be really awesome, but it's like in terms of just the raw like like amount of millions of dollars that they probably spend on their cinematics, right? Like we're not at that level. So we're not there. But I was really hoping that you could get a feeling of like the world and the kind of I want to make sure that people understand right from the word go that like there is a brutality here. And like we're not sort of pulling any punches when it comes to the kind of things you can expect in the game. So that was kind of what I was going for. And the thing that I actually based it on is I was thinking a lot about the Riddick movies.
Yes.
Where you've kind of got the thing that the classic like like a team of guys go in all overconfident and then they get picked off one by one. That's kind of what I was imagining. I was like, okay, how are we going to do this? And so that's kind of what I was thinking about as we were writing it.
I love that Riddick series. That was the
Fuck, I want to go to
movie I
New
introduced
Zealand.
my fiance
They have
to
way
when
too
we
many
first
cool
met.
companies now.
Right. Yeah,
Probably not the best choice.
And also it also has that sort of idea of the flip of like the you've got the team you're following are like the bad guys, but you kind of think of them as like but they're kind of yet the main protagonists, and it's like you get that flip at the end where you realize that the bad guy hunting them all is actually the good guy. So I was pretty happy with that one as well.
That fucking spoiler, dude.
Pretty well done. It's pretty well done.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Moving on to the next question. For clarification, this is a kind of a big one, a couple of mini questions in it. So for clarification, can you explain how deaths in map work? Because there's been some confusion on why 6 portals, if you die, you can't go back in, as well as experience penalties still being a thing. So we'll start with those two.
Yeah, so basically when you die in a map, you can't resurrect in the map. And I think that is okay. Like we discussed this quite a lot, right? Because we were like, we've got 6 portals, we could have it so that you can revive 6 times like you did in PoE1. But the thing we were really worried about is just compromising the combat.
So
we really
hi.
don't want to make it so that you just effectively like. I mean, obviously there's a limited level of cheese, but it's still cheese on the boss as far as we were concerned. So the reason for 6 portals is it's still important that you're able to pull out 6 inventories
Give me a
worth
second,
of
guys.
items from a map. Right, because we were like, we've got 6 portals, we could have it so that you can revive 6 times like you did in PoE1. But the thing we were really worried about is just compromising the combat.
I'm the Blizzard and I shall rage. The rolls.
Like we just really don't want to make it so that you just effectively.
Should we do again the poll, guys? In our poll, the which one? Which character will you start? Let's go
obviously
again.
there's a limited level of cheese, but it's still cheese on the boss as far as we were concerned. So the reason for 6 portals is it's still important that you're able to pull out 6 inventories worth of items from a map if you're by yourself. Like you still want to be able to do that. And yeah, we also don't want to make it just 1 portal with unlimited uses, because once again, that limitation on like the amount of stuff you can pull out of a map, I think, is also kind of one of those things that's important. And there's also a slightly more mundane reason, which like seems a bit silly, but you know, all the map devices that we've already sold, those are microtransactions that we need to support going forward in the store, and all of those have 6 portals. We can't really change that, so you know, that's kind of just like one of those things that we just kind of have to maintain backwards compatibility for that reason. So yeah, there was a lot of discussion around this though, but at the end of the day, the main thing that won out as far as is we just don't want to compromise the combat. We want to make sure that if you're going to kill a boss, it has to be like one life. You're providing properly. But of course, we can make those encounters harder because of the fact we don't have
like philosophically, you have to like, okay, now you need to play. Now you need to decide which one would it be.
A map boss in every area. So you know, we get to
your
ideally have that.
Knows the answer.
Fine.
What about experience penalty when dying? Is that still going to be a thing with us?
You know, that's actually a very good question. When we
yes
or
or no,
removed it
dude?
from the campaign at the point where we made it so that we added checkpoints and everything, and then at the time we were like,
by the way, guys, about the Path Exile 2 giveaway, I think I decided to do it on Thanksgiving. On Thanksgiving, we're gonna finish it gloriously.
in maps you get 6 portals, so therefore we still don't have it now. I actually, it's still there right now, but it's not something I've like thought about honestly for like a little while now. So it's probably good that I have another conversation with Mark about it just to see whether we still need it. The reason why I think I would still like it is because not necessarily, it's not really at the beginning of maps, but as you get towards the race towards 100, having death like set you back, so that you have to actually build somewhat defensively when you're like racing for 100, I think is kind of important. So the experience penalty is really serving a really important role there. But I suppose the question is like, it may not be as necessary when it's early maps, right? Like it's really that from like 90 to 100 where it kind of starts to matter that the death penalty is there as a thing. So we could theoretically think about like, you know, I mean, basically what I'm saying with that is like we could fiddle around with the equation for it a little bit, but yeah, the purpose of it really is to make sure that as you're coming towards the end, you know, as you're getting to level 100, that like a mistake actually costs you something, rather than just being like a nothing in the road. In order for that race to 100 to actually be meaningful, because you know, like if you can just grind your face into the wall and still not losing experience and just like die, you know, it's like you get to 100 but you died like 2,000 times. It's like, well, did you really achieve the same thing as the guy who didn't die at all? So you know, that's kind of the reason why it exists.
Vote again. Like they did it or they didn't do it.
It's a fair answer. The follow-up questions to this little chunk we got here is loot. And what happens when you're going in a party play in maps, and what happens to the loot there in the loot split between the parties, as well as what happens if
Original Path of Exile has at some point when you're reaching a certain level, if you're dying on softcore, you're getting the XP punishment. So it's super hard to get to 100. And here is the question about Path of Exile 2. This shit gonna stay or not? And he said, like, we're thinking about this, but so apparently it's not in the game yet.
X player dies, what is the loot?
It will be from like some level of maps, and I'm like, I am supporting this shit.
Player.
Yes, everyone should die. Vote! The poll is up and running, guys. Which character will you play?
So, okay, a few things about this. So, number one, we have changed how the loot scaling works for party members. And what we've actually tried to do is be a lot more intelligent with regard to what types of items do you want to see more of, and what types of items don't matter about having more of. So, an example of this is like, if you're talking about currency, right? Obviously, you want double the amount of currency. We've got 2 players because all players want to take currency. But this is also true for things like rings and amulets, because rings and amulets aren't kind of like specific to any one like person, right? Like I mean, obviously the mods can make them that way, but everyone wants a ring, everyone wants an amulet if one drops. So effectively, we also do plus 100% for things like that as well. But if you're talking about armors, well, there are 6 different armor types, and so if you look on average, you only need to increase the number of armors by 50% in order to be able to. Oh, wait, is it even 50%? It might be. I might be doing the math wrong here, but effectively, there's an amount of armor increase that you need in order to kind of, on average, make it so that everyone's still getting the stuff they want, because certain players only want certain armor parts of the pie, right, due to the strength, dex, int thing. And for weapon types, there's even more weapon types. So the chance that 2 players are actually using the same weapon type is generally much lower. So effectively what that means is that we can not increase weapons by the same amount that we increase other stuff. So what that means is that when you, the sum total of all of that means that the stuff on the ground from each player increases by some number like 28% if you actually look at it in raw drops. But the actual what makes up that 28% is like way more of the stuff you actually want and not as much of the garbage that you don't want, in order to make it so that you don't get the crazy spam on the ground with party play that you previously might have gotten. So I think that system works very well in terms of just making it so that you get the right items. And I guess it just goes to the general philosophy that we have of we're trying to not drop as many things, but make sure the things we do drop are more important and better as you go up. So that's kind of like the as I said, just part of that philosophy there. I feel like there's another part of the question that I've forgotten now, so maybe you can remind me what it was.
The last part there's two more, but one of them was let's say you're 2 players playing and 1 player dies. What happens to the loot on the ground that belongs to that player?
So I think that we usually use temporary. I think temporary allocation is still. I'm pretty sure the rules for this are basically the same as what they were in PoE 1, at least at the moment. So basically, if you've got temporary allocation on, then the allocation will disappear, and then the loot will just become allocated to be free for all once the timer expires. And if it's permanent allocation, then obviously it stays like that. Although we definitely should make it free for all once you die, even if it's permanent. I assume. I don't know if we've actually done that. It does work that way. In that case, it'll just work then. So it's just the same as in PoE 1 in this regard. So that should be fine. I mean, effectively like that. I wouldn't say it's like changed a huge amount in that particular regard. So actually, what was the last part there?
Last one has to do with trials. Now, we've only seen Sanctum and Ultimatum version, the 2.0 version of it. So the real question is two ones. One is the Sanctum no-hit run, and the questions are, what happens if 1 player dies, if 2 players goes in, and the other one is the reward system there as well, I guess.
Okay, so this is one of these tricky technical questions that Mark would probably be better at answering because he knows the exact details. So let me think about that. I don't know that I've even had a discussion about what happens to the rewards in Sanctum. Now, generally speaking, of course, when we're doing things like this, when you're paying party play with a thing like Sanctum, the map, to be technical, the map owner, but effectively the person who paid the cost, the person who put the key in, they're the person who kind of gets like the progress. So they usually get to be the one who decides what actions to take and what rooms to go to. I believe though that if you want to go through and ascend, that you can both do the ascendancy. So that means if you want to do like the ascension in a party, then that's absolutely fine. You get the reward there. But I believe that the items that come from like key, the chests and stuff like that, I believe that they belong to the person who paid the cost of the coin that they used to enter. Is my understanding of that. I could be wrong about this, but I think that's correct. So there's a few. I'm sorry about this. I don't have like completely clear information about some of that stuff, but that's one of those things that Mark tends to be often addressing as far as working out those things. Mark really is like so. One thing I should mention is that Mark plays like. I could be wrong about this, but I think like 90% of the time when he's playtesting multiplayer, so he's the one who really cares about getting all that multiplayer stuff exactly right. Whereas when I'm playing, I'm like a solo player all the way, right? Like for whatever reason, I'm just like a solo player. So ideally with the both of us paying attention here, we should make sure that things are good in both solo and multiplayer. But he's got a bunch of designers he likes to play with. Like the design team effectively. Like he plays multiplayer with the design team all the time. So he's the one who usually sorts out these like specific little multiplayer details.
So, since we're talking about loot, there is one question that people had related to loot due to some early access footage we've seen where there's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 advanced gear, etc. So I was hoping you could break down what that's referencing.
Yeah, so effectively, when you get magic find gear, so like increased chance of rarity, we wanted to try and make it so that the gear that you get from that is better, and not just in the way of just getting like more rares. I mean, it does do that as well, don't get me wrong, like you're still getting more rares, more uniques and so on, but we wanted to make it so that you could scale rarity by a huge amount, not necessarily in a character, but also because when you've got a monster that you've juiced with various map mechanics, all of that
loot filter, no loot filter,
quantity. So effectively you need to make sure that rarity is something that really increases the power. So the way we do that is there's 5, and I don't know whether Rishi will be unhappy about me spoiling the exact, and I'm working.
Vote, guys! Which is winning? Last chance to vote. A loot filter, that's for sure. But what they said. Thanks so much for following. Come on, Monk! Fucking Monk is winning now. Vote! Not for... What the fuck? I don't want to play Monk. Yes, Witch baby, let's go! The lazy gamer hi. Mage build rather minions. It's not minions, it is not that many minions, even if. It's gonna be low life build, Nil and high. So you need to stack shit tons of life, or like it will be life sucking build, something like this. So you need to stack shit tons of life and shit tons of like life protection, blah blah, like shields, like wards or whatever. It's gonna be there, and but you will be, guys, but I hate this mechanic. I hate it with my life. But you can transform into a demon. You know what cake means? It means cake? Like chocolate shit? If there is again nowadays, if there is a new minion nowadays, I do not responsible for any shit. With the tea! Because it's the right channel, correct? Regis 5 build will be fine. Fuck these. Oh, guys, since when? I thought peach means butt. Like, peach always meant butt. Since when cake means butt? Like, every day, everything means butt nowadays? Dude, that's something wrong with you. That's not on me. That shit means butt. Exactly.
Of this, but there are 5
Apparently, both means in some part of the globe.
Tiers to start with that you don't see, that you can't see that change a thing, because those don't change anything about unidentified items. They do change the percentage chances that you get.
It means cake.
So they
in my example, like, where is my pink glasses? And I'm fine with my life.
To upgrade currency to higher types of currency. You're getting like the chances of
what are you going for? The less you know what you're going for.
With base types that are lower level than what you would need. So effectively, sort of clamping the base types that you're going to get into like a smaller range at the top, and like these kind of things, while also increasing like magic and rare and uniques and stuff like that. It also increases the like it starts to open up, like those tiers start to open up like what types of uniques can go into the pool. And to be clear here, there's always a chance that you can upgrade through these tiers regardless of how much magic find you have, right? You don't need magic find to get this. It's just that magic find is effectively increasing the chance that you upgrade through them. And in total, there's actually 10 tiers overall. But at tier 5, it starts to modify the
10 tiers over all of the gear, guys. Starting from tier 5.
Properties of unidentified items, and that's why we have to start marking the rares as being like. And so that's what. So when it says T2, that actually means that's like T5 internally of what it's rolled. And then so the tiers going up from there, each of them say T2, T3, T4, T5. And what the reason why we have to say that is because when this item dropped, we clamped the mods that it can get to be in the upper tiers, and the higher tier you get, the higher that can go. So if you get a T5 rare, the mods that it can have are from a very, very tiny portion of them right at the top of all the tiers of those mods. So you know that the rolls you're going to be seeing, like the life you're going to get on it, the damage you're going to get on it, this kind of thing, are going to be top notch when you see that. So effectively, and the reason why I think that's important to show is because you kind of want people to feel like, okay, because the number of items that drop aren't really increasing, you need a way to see on the screen when something drops, like how...
Talks fast, have to rewatch it a few times. Like, to understand, guys.
valuable is the thing that I just saw.
How the fuck you watched it in one and no, it's
so
insane.
Showing those tiers on the rares also really has that effect of like, okay, like if you see like, 5 or 6 T5 rares drop, you got a really good hit, whereas if you see...
Yeah, my brain is like leaving.
Bunch of like T2s, you didn't get such a good one. So that's kind of important, I think, just to get that feeling of
it's kind of dry topic also. Like 10 item tiers, guys, really starting from 5, they are cool.
We've been fighting so much.
I'm quite like people, I'm gonna tell you the short version of this. The short version. 10 tiers starting from level 5, they're actually becoming cool.
Like the way that you made a way you can make drops in an action RPG feel good is just by dropping tons of crap on the ground. But the problem is that like it really is kind of an annoying element, because like while it can feel good, it's like it's just people want then they want to use loot filters and they want to use all that stuff, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, that's great and everything, and we'll support that, and that's fine. But like ideally we can actually make it so that you don't have to worry about it in the first place. And so you need to find a way to get people to hit
oh yeah, and there is a magic find, and magic find is increasing the chance to upgrade tiers and rarity.
without having to just do that by like literally covering the screen. Now, I mean,
can do
there's still room for like
translations.
dropping a lot of stuff, right? I mean, like we want to make sure bosses feel like, you know, there's a good list of stuff there. But it's like ideally you get that by the value of the items, like you know that the value of that stuff is really good. And I suppose on some level, item filters are even sort of achieving that anyway, because if you're using a filter to get, like, you're not seeing very much anyway. So it really is all about the value. So it's not like it's impossible. We just need to make sure that the game is doing that as a matter of course, rather than filters. Oh, sorry, did that.
Oh, you're good. We only lost you the last half second there. But
Okay, all good. Yeah.
So since you bring up the concept of loot filters, this was a question we are going to ask later, so I might as well bring it up now. Is that like official confirmation loot filters? Sounds like are supported.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're supported in exactly the same way they were in PoE1. There's no reason for us to drop support for something like that. You know, if you want to use them, you can. And I suspect what the main
They're gonna be shit tons of loot. It's gonna be trash. Most of it is gonna be trash, but they're gonna be some super OP items. It's gonna be, even though they're gonna be shit tons of loot, it's gonna be anyway less than it was an original Path of Exile. And you're gonna need the loot filter, and you can use the one from the game. You can use the one from Neversink.
main reason people will use them for in PoE2 is not so much filtering things away, but more highlighting things that are valuable that you might not otherwise recognize, you know, because like they might be higher base types or things like that.
Yeah,
like, a lot of people have filters that like
but I think Druid also gonna have something like
highlight
this.
certain things that might be good for various reasons. So, you know, things that have like some, for example, people might like want to be doing things like, you know, like I know that this, you know, like
the game has
things like, you know, items having sockets and stuff. Maybe you want to change the text color when that happens, or things like that. Like there are icons and stuff for that stuff there, but we try to keep things like relatively visually clean. And also we don't want to try to make too many value judgments for the player about what is important or not. So therefore we try to like not do too much of that stuff. But obviously players, you know, come up with their own schemes for what they think is important. So then I suspect they'll use loot filters mostly for the ability to change how loot is rendered as opposed to filtering it out.
I gotta say, this isn't so much a question as much as a comment for me personally, but I really appreciate the approach of something you said there, which is allowing the player to determine what's important. I find that to be like a very appealing sentiment. So when I hear that, it's kind of the reason I've been falling in love with the PoE game lately. But anyway, on to the next question here. So this one is going to be an obvious one. If I didn't ask it, everyone would be mad. So there's 6 classes that are coming to early access. Some of them have already been showcased, but they're not in there, namely the Druid and the Huntress. So I think people are curious about, are they coming soon? What's going on with these classes?
Yeah, so they'll definitely be coming relatively soon. I'm not going to promise a date, but certainly the next 2 classes you see will be those 2, like in terms of in early access. We just at some point, look, we really wanted to launch with those 2 classes. We expected that we would be launching into early access with those 2 classes, but at some point it was just like, you know, we and I think I've even said this before, but we really underestimated what it takes to finish a class. I think, it takes a lot. You know, it's because and the thing is, it's like you make a bunch of skills and you're like, oh yeah, you know, made the skills, that's the class, right? But in PoE it really isn't, because you know, you need to make sure they
absolutely as far as I understand, guys, absolutely every class they have some kinds of minions, they have some kinds of mechanic. Or almost every class they have something that you can summon and you can go with it, but the necromancer is like focused on which is focused on minions.
Supported well. You need to make sure there's uniques that support it, there's passive tree stuff that supports it. It's like a whole thing of like getting all that stuff into a good state. It's like plus also the skills, plus also thinking about all the stuff that can happen with other classes and like how does it tie in with all the mechanics. Like it's just a Goliath task. So I think the Huntress and the Druid are not far away. The Druid, we still have 1 form that we still need to get finished. There's like there's still some more skill work to do there. The Huntress, I think we mostly have like working prototypes that we're happy with for most of the skills, but like there's still a little bit more to do. But yeah, it's just all that other sort of finishing work around like tying it into all the other systems, making sure everything's good, that we need to get done. And you know, it won't take us too long, but you know, at some point we just had to say like, hey, you know, can we really do this for early access with all the other stuff that we're doing? And we just felt like we couldn't. So you know, we decided to cut for now, get to it later. And you know, I mean, we make these kinds of decisions all the time. There's like a ton of content that's like, you know, we're trying to get it in, we try as hard as we can, and then we're like, oh, you know what, we just couldn't get it in. But I think you know, that's just game development, right? But the nice thing is it's all sitting there, right? We don't throw anything away. We've got it all there waiting in the wings, which means that there'll be a bunch of content we'll be able to introduce really quickly.
Speaking
when
of,
you say one form, yeah, like when you say one form, Could you like give us a number? How many forms are we talking about?
So there's three primary forms for the druid, but there's a couple of other like random shapeshifts around.
3 primary forms
like
for the druid.
I mean, you actually saw one of them, right? There's the shapeshift on the ascendancy, the demon form. So there's a few other things.
So there's the demon, then there's the bear. I definitely know what's the
Bits and
third
pieces like
one.
that around the place, but yeah, the druid sort of has 3 primary forms, and that's because we want to try and like the other classes, we want to make sure that there's combos between the forms as well. Like it's not just like a reskin melee, right? Like each of the forms kind of has like skills that have like things, and we want to make sure there's mechanics between them that they can kind of you get the cross class kind of even
And
within
something
the
we
archetypes
don't
of the
know.
class.
No, the demon.
Like
He just said.
So yeah, the one that no, maybe I'm not going to spoil it. Actually, yeah, I'm not going to say anything about it.
Go on, spoil it.
I've been
more than welcome to.
Yeah,
So this is probably a good time to ask this thing because you're talking about the additional classes here.
For me, ARPG
expect change.
Quickly, guys, the new druid class sold me on the dramatically improved blah blah combat. Druid class, really quick.
These have always served as a kind of calming junk food that allowed me to sink into my chair and spend countless hours mindlessly grinding away with little threat of ever breaking a sweat. This was definitely true of the original Path of Exile, which I've been known to actually fall asleep playing while raiding dusty crypts and forgotten dungeons. It just has a soothing effect on me in its pleasant repetition.
You can call it demonic bear, but it's a bear.
Which is why I was shocked when I recently sat down with the folks at Grinding Gear Games to try out the Druid class in Path of Exile 2, and found myself wholly engaged by its new, dynamic, and action-packed combat system. With a renewed focus on putting players in thrilling battles that require careful consideration and adaptation, I think I may have finally found my next ARPG junk food indulgence. I enjoyed the original Path of Exile's much more straightforward, click-to-do DPS combat back in 2017, but this sequel made its predecessor look shoddy and overly simplistic by comparison. Instead of just spamming the same ability over and over again until everything dies, Path of Exile 2 asks you to think about how each of your abilities can work together to apply status effects, synergize with one another, and overcome specific combat obstacles like nigh endless waves of goblins charging at you, or a giant beast that doesn't seem to flinch at even the strongest of attacks. This new philosophy became obvious when I played as the recently revealed Druid class, which focuses on intelligence and strength to create a hybrid between magic and raw power. In human form, I'd focus on spells and trickery to apply status effects and set myself up for the imminent rampage of my bear form. Then, as a bear, I'd lay waste to everything in sight by managing a rage counter and triggering a bunch of powerful AoE attacks. I could still try doing things the good old-fashioned way by rushing in and spamming the same abilities. Path of Exile 2 isn't a fan of implementing cooldowns after all, so there's nothing stopping me, but doing so isn't just boring, but ineffective compared to the much more satisfying alternative. But the ability to augment my skills so they'd trigger automatically under specific conditions allowed me to take my build crafting to a whole new level. For example, since I always wanted to cast my lightning ability alongside my volcanic eruption, I linked them together so they'd always cast at the same time, then could do the same with my ability to summon wolves by setting it up to cast automatically when I stunned the enemy as a bear. This kind of extremely precise tuning allowed me to turn my bear warrior into exactly the kind of rampaging DPS monster I'd always wanted to be, and that's just dang impressive. I can't even begin to imagine the cocktails of destruction that will be put together when the min-maxing ARPG community gets their hands on this thing.
I don't know, it looks like a baby volcano.
After just an hour with an only partially
how a volcano can be smaller than a fucking bear?
Powered up druid, I felt as though I'd only scratched the surface with tons of ways to customize how my skills worked with one another and create automations for triggering them, and I can only imagine how delightfully chunky build crafting will be. It's impressive that at no point in my time with it did I ever feel like I could just turn my brain off and blow through levels. Quite the opposite. This ARPG felt a lot more like a proper action game, complete with cooldown free dodge rolls than any of its genre peers, and all without sacrificing an ounce of its complex RPG systems. Also, when you're in town, you can roll around as a bear, and it's amazing. Need I say more? I can't wait to push this wonderfully furry guy to the limits when Path of Exile 2 enters early access next year. For more, check out our recent previews of Skull and Bones.
Changes to the passive skill tree, because obviously there's the 6 starting nodes now, so when you add the other classes, there's going to be new branches, I'm assuming, added for each one of these classes at this point, or were they going to double down on previous ones?
So yeah, well, look, I'm sure the passive tree will receive massive renovations all through early access. Like, I just have no doubt of that. It's every time we change anything, huge passive tree changes are a result. And it's taken a long time to iterate to even the point we are now, and I'm just sure there'll be more. And like the thing is until you really play it like properly, you just don't even know what's missing. You know, actually, one other thing I might mention, just because I don't know if it's like hugely well known, but the starting area of the tree for each class actually changes. There's actually
No bene, yeah, Druid and Huntress will be added. This will be the first 2 classes that they will add to the early access as soon as they will
3 variants
finish them.
Of,
so they're the
starting
first to
part
come.
of each tree for each class. So effectively, we actually did this first when we were playing the Witch and the Sorceress. So effectively, if you're a witch, you get 1 variant of the starting area, and if you're a sorceress, you get another variant. And then if you're neither of those 2 classes, then you get there's a 3rd variant that can go there, so that all the other classes, when they go there, they get slightly different stats again. The reason for that is because the initial reason we did the witch sorceress thing is because there's this problem that you have with where players, when they see a node that's got multiple things on it and one of the things does not affect them, people just really don't want to allocate a node like that, even if the values on it are the same as what they otherwise would have gotten. So when we first did this, when we had 1 variant for everyone, the witch sorceress nodes were like plus 8% or whatever minion and spell damage.
Guys,
right?
I see. I don't know. Like, I checked also like on the other sources. I see only the gameplay with the bear. I don't see the gameplay with the other forms. So far, I see the bear, biggest bear.
Sorceresses, even though a sorceress would.
But he said like 3 forms. He's gonna have 3 forms. Dude, I'm so impressed. Someone is hating on Path of Exile 2. I'm so impressed. Oh, you're cute. Wolf has like 5 seconds of gameplay like 5 years ago. Which is, God knows, guys. It has small clips of it and haven't said a word from it. He said demon. He said demon. He said that they saw, Gazia and Duff, that they saw the demon. There is some demon form, people. Demon.
Sorceresses would just not take that because it's got this minion thing on it and they don't want that. So by having the trees be separate, it just sort of prevents that problem immediately. And the other thing it kind of also was just like, when we realized that we could swap those 2 out, we're like, well, hang on, we might as well have a 3rd variant as well for other players, because that will mean that there are some times when we have like balance things that are a bit annoying, where like we can't make a node for a class in the starting area as good as we want, because that would mean that other classes would all be incentivized to go there and take it, because it's like too powerful, if you know what I mean. So effectively with that, we can like balance the you know, because it's relatively close to get to the adjacent
damage numbers?
classes area. So effectively you can sort of just balance that so that it like kind of works a little
When the
better.
game, most likely.
There's not going to be anything in the starting areas that you like don't like stats you just can't otherwise get, right? It's not going to be like that, but it's just more about like tweaking numbers and a few cases like the sorceress and witch, we just have to make sure that, you know, for new player clarity, we can make sure that it's like just the stuff they're going to want and not the stuff for the other class. But as you get out of that, then they all become the same. But yeah, as I said, we'll be making a lot more changes as we go through too.
That was a very in-depth answer there. I actually didn't know about the changing of the starts. That's that's an interesting tidbit there. Okay, so you did mention, and you know I got to ask, because you said classes and content coming to the game. I am a notable Blight enjoyer. So, you know, I'm going to ask, can we hope, can you tease me with anything, give me some copium that, you know, maybe Blight can come to Path of Exile 2 at some point here?
Well, I will say this. Blight is a relatively easy league to add compared to some others. So when we're looking at leagues of like, here are some leagues that we can put in like relatively easily, that is one of the ones that, you know, would be relatively...
Guys, it's good that they do not allow me, like I mean, if I would be a game dev, I would be super short interview. It would be yes, no, and right now, maybe. There is a chance. God knows.
It would be relatively simple for us to do. Obviously, one of the reward system it previously had has now been moved to a different
I
thing,
want
which
city
means
building.
like, we'll need a
I
new
will
reward
fucking city
system,
building.
and,
I don't care about
we've
anything
got
else. I
ideas
want
for
city
what we can do
building.
about that. But we've got monsters we can use for it. We've actually got a bunch of environment art from Act 5 that would suit Blight perfectly well. I'm not sure if have we shown any of that? No, I don't think we have. All right, yeah. Well, anyway, there's some stuff that we can use very easily. So it's the kind of thing that we could do relatively easily when we're looking to add new leagues to the game.
So I'm just hearing Blight login.
You know what's gonna
That's what
enjoyable.
I'm hearing when you're saying. Okay, well that's good. That's good news. I'll pass it off to Gazi because I've been asking a bunch of questions related to stuff I just personally wanted to know.
Oh, that's fine. Later on in this podcast, we're going to hit the Minion rant section, so don't worry about it. But we can start with a classic simple answer question, and it is, how many ascendancy points are we going to get in total?
Yeah, so same as PoE1, it's 8 points. So effectively, you've got the last three you can get throughout campaign, three sets of 2, I should say. So 6 points throughout campaign, and then the last one you have to be an in-game to be able to get.
All right. The other question we have here is PoE.
There is a bunch of shit. Wait till December 6th. Yeah, exactly. Literally, the whole interview would be like 5 minutes top.
PoE2 looks like there's a significant amount of ways to increase power on maps. How does the juicing compare to PoE1 for endgame mapping? Now, we saw a lot of
Sound is messed up. What should I fix? Who should I fix?
it in the reveal, but could you elaborate on it?
Well, so first things first, we definitely want to make sure that juicing is still a thing, right? Like before we did our whole endgame push, I think that
Cooked then, by the way, what was that what you cooked?
In recent times, I think that would have been a big problem that we would have had where there wasn't enough ways to juice maps. But I don't know that you'll be able to get to quite the level that you can get in PoE1. Certainly, we want to make sure that it's big though, and like it's honestly. It's a little bit hard to say because, the way that this can go down, I mean, look, we think we can know, like, all the things, but you never really quite know exactly how it goes until you get, like, masses of players because trade is a huge part of the economy for how juicing works. Like, it's like, okay, so we've shown people how you can overlap tablets and towers and
It's a maybe,
all
guys.
sorts of things like that and, like, get all these packs. But the question is the sustainability in a trade league such that you can, like,
Pumpkin
do
placenta.
all of the juicing
My
mechanics
granny is
that PoE2
cooking it
has to
always
offer
wrong.
at the same time continuously?
Blue
And I don't actually quite know the answer to that because, as I said, it's really a trade economy thing that you need to have to be able to say what they can do. And the juice is substantial if you can get everything all at the same time. The question is, can you do that every map or can you do that only some of the time? And I honestly can't say until the trade sort of starts to happen. I think it's going to come down a lot to just play and for us to just find out, like once we hit that trade economy, we actually start playing. What does it feel like? Is it working well? But the thing is, we still want you to feel powerful, and part of the feeling of power actually.
Guys, there is right now some dilemma that with one like half with one eye I'm checking on the social media with this whole, I think Rod Ferguson started it, Diablo-like games. Because there is like now existing special even term, Souls-like, and everyone understands what does this mean. And Diablo is kind of also like Diablo-like game. Is the game Diablo so for RPGs? Then my point is, and apparently like a bunch of people can confirm it, and apparently even Jonathan a couple of years ago in some interview he said like we are developing a game, blah blah blah. That's kind of like that's Diablo-like, something like this he said, and basically nothing can kill Diablo farm. Oh no, I'm still losing the eye. We're not going anywhere. But I think just because I was like, I spent a little bit of time without the screen, it's better.
Is pack size, right? Like you need to have enough pack size so
it has
that,
a lot from T2. Jesus, it
when you've
has
got a bunch
lot
of
from
AoE
T2.
abilities, obviously the more things they hit, the more damage you're effectively doing overall. So like the more pack size really is like a way to make a player feel powerful. And so that's why we need to have ways of juicing pack size, and we've got ways of juicing pack size in the game. But then we also have to be a little bit careful because that is what can lead to things getting completely out of control and then just you can't understand what's going on in the combat and things just completely fall apart. So as I said, we have to be careful, but I think it is still substantial. Like you still need to feel like a god. So,
thank you so much for following.
I think the juice will be high, but I do believe it should be lower than PoE1 at least by a little bit.
That's fair. On the topic of power and juicing things up. Something that we've seen in many games throughout the years is how ARPG games, they start off kind of slow and more of a strategic gameplay approach. And then the best patches comes through.
Well, guys, would you like we don't quite have, but imagine like the world. No, like actually we do kind of have. We have the number of players, and on release, Path of Exile 2 gonna absolutely destroy. Like Path of Exile 2, like everyone will be playing on release Path of Exile 2. But usually, I don't know, like reality speaking, Diablo 4 has always higher amount of active players than Path of Exile. Like I'm really like. Maybe it will change. Now Path of Exile 2 will be released, and maybe I'm absolutely wrong, and blah, blah, blah. Path of Exile 2 gonna have a high amount of active players, but so far has a more general audience. Exactly. And you may, like, I don't know, you can shit a lot on Diablo 4, and you're gonna shit a lot on Diablo 4 just because you and Steam other interesting people, but just from what is more... the game that's more people play it. I'm really sorry for saying this. It's Diablo 4. But hey! Sorry. Path of Exile 2 will not be... it can be. It's way easier for people to catch. But that's the same shit. Guys, that's literally shit that I was talking about. George, hi. I was talking about their presentation. Freaking gameplay is godly. I am not saying anything, guys. Path of Exile 2 gameplay, mwah! The presentation that they did, it's really beautiful what they showed. But there were the moments, they were like, I'm more casual player, and I played the original Path of Exile, and I understand that the game is really beautiful, and I'm like, why you're putting all of this in the presentation? Like, why would you? Like, you're too overwhelming people from the very beginning. If the people who are not that familiar, not that deeply into the RPG world, they're like losing it. If you are addressing to the casual players, like more, if you're trying to bring more casual players. But I think that the Path of Exile, absolutely, but it's their approach. They have different player base. They understand that they have different player base. They're gonna be they're gonna get some casual players. They're not gonna get too many of them, so to say. Yeah, I'm a Diablo 4 player, but I'm fully... Yeah, me too. Me absolutely too. That's why nothing gonna kill Diablo 4, nothing gonna kill Path of Exile 2. And we can feel ourselves, and we can say about ourselves that, guys, we are absolutely blessed. We live in a time where those two games are existing, two games are competing, and we can shit about it on the internet, and we can play both. We can play and enjoy both of those games, because we're gonna have a season in Diablo 4, you're gonna enjoy it for a couple of weeks, amazing. Then the season in Path of Exile 2 is coming, the league in Path of Exile 2 is coming, you're enjoying it for a couple of weeks, you're having fun, and amazing. And then maybe you even will be allowed to play something that is not RPG, but don't tell anyone, because if you're gonna say it somewhere in the RPG community that you played something that wasn't RPG, obviously you will be kicked really, really hard. But I personally allowing you even to play something else.
The game evolves, the meta of power creeping and speed clearing just goes to crazy numbers, and then everyone's upset when they're then toned down or the number squish is happening. So I guess the follow-up question would be, what are the plans? Because I'm very confident there are plans to manage severe increase in power creep moving forward, so you don't end up in that category where you're one-shotting the entire screen.
I think that we just have to be careful, and honestly, I would say that in PoE1 we've shown that we can. I mean, look, PoE1 obviously did get pretty crazy, but at the same time, like, we had a lot of years where things kind of weren't like that, and I think that effectively, I believe we can still maintain that. our numbers don't scale as fast as some games do, and they don't go quite as exponential, which means that we're not going to have to be worrying about trillions of damage or anything like that. And like
That is trolling!
it can be. So I don't think we're going to have to ever do a number squish or anything like that. Like we've never really felt like the need to worry about that. It's just a matter of keeping on top of it. And there are certain people in the company who just are just very careful of that stuff. So I mentioned Rishi a couple of times. He's kind of the one who does most of the work for the item system and so on. So he is definitely a force of conservativeness when it comes to like making sure that things don't go crazy. And so that's really good to have, because it means that like me and Mark are often the ones being like, no, numbers high, and he's like no, keep them low. So I think together with that we kind of come to some kind of medium ground where we don't get things too out of control. As I said, I think that it's just a matter of just being careful. One nice thing that we also have is with the league format that we have is that we get to add power, and then at the end of the league we get to decide, was that too much? Can we take some of this away? Do we want to keep it? That kind of stuff. That's a very important tool. So we kind of never really it means we don't have to commit to things in the same way that the game that didn't have a league type process does, because the expectation from players, and I think this is almost sort of a community thing, the expectation from the community is not necessarily that all the content that we add is going to stay added. And I think that's a really important factor to have an understanding of in a game community, because it just gives us so much more ability to make decisions after testing them. It's funny, I say that as if you just test all of your stuff on the players, but I mean to some extent that's true, and because you never really know. You can do all the testing you want, but you never really know until the community actually get a chance to play with it and you see what kind of stuff comes out of it. So on some level we.
It's also about Diablo 3 versus Prophet Exile, and Prophet Exile players saying Diablo 3 sucks. Honestly, Prophet Exile started because people were mad about Diablo 3. Yeah, it went absolutely in a different direction from Diablo. Not absolutely, but anyway, in a different direction from Diablo 3. And Prophet Exile decided to hold the tradition. And now, currently in Prophet Exile 2, there are still a couple of things that are they're still coming there from the original, from Diablo 2. And I'm so lol. Identification scrolls, the items that don't have the same size, or this inventory Tetris and all of those kind of things. And death penalty, all of this is coming from Diablo 2.
You really are testing the stuff on the community, and it has to be that way. I just don't know of a way, no matter how many QA testers we throw at it, I don't think we could find every single possible level of power that can come out of something like that. So, it's just nice that we have the ability to say.
Either way, I think I'm going to like the slower skill combat more like in Diablo. I'm not sure. By the way, I'm I have my concerns about this, because the part of why I personally like RPGs and why a lot of people play it and kind of why you sometimes enjoy it, because it is you're pretty much meditating, you're relaxing, you are getting yourself, you're putting together some super OP build. It's a pleasure in the process when you're putting it together, and then you're farming, and the farming easier. Farming is relatively easy. It's this chill gameplay, how you are relaxing after the difficult working day or something. But if you need all the time be concentrated, and the gameplay is slower, and you need to use always the combos, I don't know. Maybe I will like it. I have no fucking idea, but
you know what? This thing here,
maybe
we're going to put it back in, but we're going to nerf it. Or this thing here, it can't exist. It interacts with too many other things and it's too broken. It's really nice to be able to say that.
Kind of a random question that I have
what
due
the
to
fuck,
the use.
Happy Monday?
You
Who the
mentioned
fuck
this in
created
the, I think it
Happy
was
Monday?
the Ziggy Q&A
Nice to see you,
afterwards, but that the early access server is going to be maintained.
Oh, exactly.
So
that's why we
meaning
play
you're going to have
Witch,
leagues,
guys.
separate,
Let's
but
do
then the
minions to
OG one will go back there, and that is going to be separate from the Eterno or core server as well, right? There will be an early access one. So a question for you I have then is, the early access characters, one, I'm assuming you can still, play them, etc. on the server, and two, can you still create characters on the early access server afterwards, or are they kind of grandfathered in and make sure you have all the characters you want for the server?
I think we probably won't allow you to create new characters there, just because I think that even just if you're a new player and you're like, oh, you've got place. I mean, I suppose what we could do is allow you to create characters there if you've already got one there. That would be an option. But I kind of don't really think we need to do that. As I said, the main reason we're doing that is just because if you're someone who's not even really paying attention to what's going on, and you're just you've got some level 20 character and you're like, oh, I just want to keep playing the game, right? We don't want to disrupt that person's life too much. So I think that's why we don't want to get rid of all that stuff completely. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, that, like, if you're playing a high-level character, almost certainly your build is going to be bricked in some regard, right? Like, there'll be some element of it that got modified or something like that, But then, of course, you'll also have, like, legacy items, which will be kind of presumably funky, assuming that we have to modify balance, which no doubt we will have to do. Yeah, like, you'll have all that stuff too. So, I mean, look, there's just no reason to delete the data, right? Like, we're not going to make an effort to make sure that everything is, still works, like, in terms of your builds and everything, but we're also not going to do anything that we don't have to do in terms of deleting it either, right? Like, we might as well just let it be there. And it's also just, like, nice to have, like, oh, here's this character I got, back in the day. Like, it's nice to just have that around. So, it's just a little memory of that. So, yeah, there's just no reason for us to delete it.
So speaking of builds getting bricked, if I reference one of the interviews we actually did on here, is you had mentioned Righteous Fire as an example when we were talking about cosmetics and MTX, and you're saying that it's fundamentally getting changed. And I was hoping to ask for Pox here. Shout out to Pox. Can we get any information related to a Righteous Fire or where that is going? I was kind of wanting to follow up with that you had mentioned in the previous.
So it's not an
Such an like it's insane. It's insane. Yeah, I know. I was also playing this build. His build. I mean,
early access right now because it's on a class that is not. It's one of the skills for a class that's not going to be in EA. So you get that a little bit later. But it is going to be in. We have a prototype of it, and
Box was saved.
we've got it working a way that we're happy for it to work. But yeah, unfortunately, just not in EA. Or at least not an EA at the start, right? When we add the character, it'll come in.
It's going to be in significantly changed, or
it is very it is very different.
Okay,
but it's still fundamentally, it's still fundamentally.
So Box's probe was probably saved.
A thing where you're lighting yourself on fire and there's fire damage around you and that kind of stuff, right? It's just that like the exact mechanics from a stat point of view. Like if you looked at it on the screen, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's Righteous Fire. But if you look at the stats, it's like works quite differently.
There we go. Thank you. I had to ask for Pox.
Fair enough.
Speaking of bricking, a very common question. I believe this was shown in the reveal, but bricking the Atlas, as you can, if you die in a map, you can't do it again. So in the start, what happens when you brick all the start maps?
Yeah. So we have the ability to effectively restart your Atlas. If you completely cut yourself off, you can do that. I don't remember what way it is to do that, but it certainly came up when we were first talking about it. There just has to be some way to allow you to effectively restart your Atlas from scratch if you need to. I would hope that most people don't do that. I should hope that you manage to survive it. So there's 4 connections to the starting point. So you'd have to die 4 times in a row in order for that to happen to you, and then if that happens, it'll automatically re-roll the Atlas, so you can kind of just try again immediately. But yeah, hopefully not too many players have to do that. And
that's going to be me. I'm already. I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, look, we wanted there to be consequences for failure, right? We wanted to, so it's like, oh crap, now I have to find another way around. Like the web of connections is dense enough that usually there'll be some other way around to get to something that you want. But bear in mind, there won't be too many, right? Like if you then die in another one of the entrances to get to some piece of content, that could definitely cut you off. So there are some consequences for death. Like and with that in mind, it obviously means that things like the experience penalty at low levels, certainly we don't need to be as worried about, because there's consequences just from the death itself in the Atlas. But yeah, I think it's just the other reason why it's also important to do that, by the way, is because of the fact that you can fail a map. It means that the things that we can have on the Atlas can be more valuable, right? Because if we have things that you can just try again, then you've always got these problems where, like, okay, if you go into the map, like let's say you wanted to have a map and it's just full of chests that drop stuff for whatever reason. Let's just say we want to do that, right? It's like if the failure, it really has to be that you can only enter that map.
You can only create that map one time. Because otherwise, at what point do you say, well, the map is completed? There always has to be things, like there always has to be some kind of condition like that. So by effectively just having the rule of like a map can only be created by you one time, it means that the valuable stuff we can put on there, like monsters and things like that. Like if you can have mods on the Atlas that are like increases the number of rares by a ton, and that's fine because that you don't have a situation where someone just kills half of them and then dies on purpose and then goes back in and kills them again. That kind of stuff. Like effectively, that's the kind of exploit that we're trying to avoid here. And so it just allows us to have much more valuable stuff on there.
We do, by the way, have a bit of this problem in campaign that we have to worry about, like because you can respawn at checkpoint at any time, and so we have to be really careful about this stuff because I mentioned before that at the end of Dead Ends you'll get rare chests. Well, if you can set it like we had an exploit before.
Truth's a bit old, yeah. There should be the consequences for failure. Like, should there be?
Before we fixed it, where if you get a checkpoint that's close to a rare
You
chest,
jump into giveaway,
you can die on purpose, respawn at the checkpoint, just open the chest again and again. And so so effectively what we have to do is make it so that when you revive from a checkpoint, all of the things like chests and rare monsters, they have to stay dead. Even if you opened them or killed them after you did the checkpoint, for the next version until you recreate the map and get to do it from scratch again, because that stuff would be exploitative if you were able to, to not save that when you.
I think it's more. Yeah, I guess it's more exciting, guys. If if you die, not necessarily like you completely lose your character, blah blah blah. You have hardcore for this, but if you die, you're gonna lose something. You're gonna lose XP, or you're gonna lose an item, or you're gonna lose something.
You died. So there's like a few little things we have to worry about with the checkpoints for exploits of that, but thankfully
you lost the map or something.
You don't have to worry about that element, since if you die,
I have a follow-up to that, because I felt like when I tested the campaign, now the game is very different from when I played tested the last time in LA.
In a Rift.
And there was one mechanic, and I kept saying gearing and getting skill gems, it felt so good. I felt like I always were given the tools I needed when I was progressing. And I had no idea about the mechanic till you told me at the event about this loot table rare that randomly was generated in the area, and if you didn't kill it, that would be available in the next zone to give you like an appropriate flask. So I'm guessing that feature is also for this. So you can't farm that, I'm guessing. But a lot of people don't know about it, so maybe you can elaborate on it.
Yeah, so effectively what we've done in the very, very early game in order to make it so that to guarantee a certain number of skills and things like that is that there's a couple of encounters where if you fail to find the encounter in the first area, for example, then when you go to the second area, we will drop the item that you would have gotten if you'd found that first encounter, just to make sure that if you didn't run into this, but you did run into a later one, then we forward that on to the next area, and then we do.
If you lose the items, is there something is teleporting to your stash if you forgot the item on the map? Guys, do you know? Is there like if drop the legendary, drop the unique, and you forgot to pick it up because you're Ana? Is it going to be teleported to your stash? No.
Do that like a couple of times with a few different encounters. It's kind of all stuff like in the first sort of 10 levels, this kind of stuff, just to really make sure that people actually get some of those important drops. Like when you're level sort of 15, 20, missing out on one skill gem is not really a big deal. But when you're a very low level and it's you've got very few skills, if you miss out on that crucial upgrade of getting the next tier of gem, that can matter so much that we can't really allow it to happen. So we need to have as many chances as possible for people to find those things. But at the same time, we didn't want to just spam you with that type of gem, because then it's like, oh, I've got tons of these. It would feel valuable. Wouldn't feel very valuable. I'm tired, guys. I'm today super tired. So we want to all of those encounters. They do have loot that you get. Like there's still a reason to do all of them because they have their own unique stuff as well. But effectively, if you do.
Unrelated but really important information, guys. There is a new TV show on Netflix. Actually, there is a new season of the TV show on Netflix, which is called The Empress. And it is the German TV show, and it's a really good TV show. And it's about the Imperial German Kaiser, Imperial German family, the most beloved family of the most beloved royal German family. Blah, blah, watch it. Sorry, that was the break.
Miss some of them. You're still getting some of those really crucial things like skill gem upgrades and things like that in those first few areas. I actually think, though, that some of that problem might be slightly ameliorated by the fact that we've got the map now where you can see all the encounters. So I think that in some cases people might be looking at there. But we still have that system just because, it's nice to be able to, to just make sure that people don't fail in the very early game.
So speaking of the map, I got just a couple.
No. It was 19th century, guys. That's why they have really beautiful fucking. They have really, really beautiful dresses there. It was 19th century. It's a royal family. Like we don't have right now royals in Germany. It would be maybe better. Fucking hell. But back in the days, it was the empire was uniting Austria and Germany, bunch of fucking other countries. But there was like this German-Austrian empire, and at some period, they had the couple was ruling, the Kaiser, the emperor, Wilhelm, I think, and is the CC? France, France and CC. Yeah, the royal family, Franz Ferdinand, France and CC. They were ruling, and no one gives a damn about the Franz Ferdinand. Okay, he was some motherfucker, but CC. The Elizabeth, she was Elizabeth, but in history, like, she's known and everyone knew her as Empress CC. She was the most beloved empress, like everywhere. Everyone loved it. Everyone loved her. She was really beautiful. Blah blah. Doesn't matter. The TV show is godly. The Empress, it's called.
Couple of questions related to the map. One is when we're talking about breaking the map and not being able to go to certain areas if you fail too many. Does this account for like bosses too? For instance, like Pinnacle bosses, and are they linked together where you fail the maps around it? You cannot go to the boss now?
They have the second season.
Oh, it's not
because if you fail, the cities with the Uber bosses, those are extra special because if you fail.
December 6th.
If you fail one of those, if you fail to kill the lieutenant, then the boss will disappear from the Uber boss will disappear from the center of the city as well. So those ones are like you really have to be able to do those fights, and it will be quite challenging. That one, of course, is extra challenging because you need to find another city, right? That one's going to be something that I think will be quite challenging. That's for like the ultra pinnacle content, like that 7th system, which has the I don't want to say the name because we didn't spoil it, but that pinnacle boss encounter, that one will be quite hard to get to.
Okay, so speaking of pinnacle boss encounters, got a couple more questions. Are the bosses? I hear there's what you said, tier 1 through 4, correct?
You can jump into the giveaway.
Things like that. I think I've talked about this before.
In terms of difficulty ramping, I don't think that we got clarity on whether or not you can modify these maps. Meaning, can you like further modify the?
Sorry, you're talking about different. Okay, so you're talking about the trees at the end where you add the difficulty. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So yes, so there's 4 tiers. Yes, that's correct.
And so beyond that, can you modify the bosses themselves? Are the bosses static and you modify on your tree only, or are the bosses almost like maps? You know how you can modify like invites, for instance, from PoE1. So can you further modify these?
Let me think about that. Generally speaking, not. So I'm pretty sure the Breachstone can't get mods. Can Simulacrums get mods? I don't know. I'm not actually sure. The ultimatum ones can, because those ones have that extra mechanic for modifying him. I'm actually not entirely. So look, what I'll say is in general, it's not like it isn't the same for every league. Like for each league, we can decide what we want to do there. But generally speaking, for those 4 in-game things, the main thing you're going to be doing is modifying the difficulty using the tree like that. And that difficulty scaling does introduce things like, it can even modify things like how skills work and like, the number of minions that a boss might summon and things like that. Like there's all sorts of stuff like that, but it isn't random what you're doing there on the tree. For the pinnacles, it really is just kind of mostly just that difficulty change.
Okay, got it. I think the reason people were asking is they were wondering if like there's a hardest baseline challenge where it's like, this is sort of a baseline you can use on can you clear the hardest content. So people were wanting some clarity on that.
For the pinnacle boss, it definitely is the case.
Okay, thank you very much. So another question I was kind of wondering when I was looking at the map, I noticed you use the example of like the paradise, for instance, you get the bonus experience, and that is obviously on the beach because it's tropical. So I'm assuming the uniques are zoned out.
I just learned to understand
the
them
biomes
recently.
that you have specifically, and if that is the case, since the biomes are determining maps, do these unique maps also have drops associated with them? Essentially where I'm going with this is, are certain biomes going to help you target farm certain types of items?
Absolutely, and we want to do even more than just what you were saying with the unique maps. Like we have just certain maps. Like this map has got this theme, and therefore
December 6th, guys. December 6th. This is an interview.
More of this item.
Like, you think if it would be out, we would watch the goddamn interview? We would just play it.
Like we absolutely. And the thing is, this is one of the great things about the new way that the Atlas works, is that with the previous Atlas, we couldn't really allow for target farming in that same way. Or when we did, it was always a problem, like with div cards and so on, where, obviously we modified div cards so you can move them around now, but generally speaking, it was the case with the Old Atlas that if we made it so a map had something special, then everyone would just play that map continuously forever. So with the new system, we effectively can say that, it's okay to have wild variance in between, the value of certain things, because, you're limited by having to find more of it. And if you happen to know that the thing that you want spawns in desert biomes, and then you're using towers to find those desert biomes, and then you're looking around, okay, like finally, I'm just going to go through all the deserts. You can absolutely do that. In the case of Untainted Paradise, that one requires being on the border.
For some period of time, then we're gonna go back to Diablo 4, and then we're gonna go back to Path of Exile 2, then we're gonna go back for something. Guys, I'm also gonna abandon fucking everything. I'm gonna abandon everything for Rest for the Wicked. When the Rest for the Wicked will be fully released, or at least they're gonna have some big update, we're gonna play it for a while. I really like this game. Giveaways for absolutely everything, but for consoles, as far as I fucking understand, in case. Okay, I don't have any codes. I don't have from GGG. I don't have any, they didn't give me the codes to give them away to you. I'm just buying for my Maneros, I'm just buying those, the Path of Exile 2 early access and giving it to the winners. That's what I do. As far as I understand, for PlayStation and for Xbox, you also will be able to play it on the early access, but not the fucking codes. The early access will be available for purchase, if I'm not completely crazy, exactly when it will drop. So on the 6th. So yes, you can participate in the giveaway, but unless you unless you figure out how to purchase it right now, I think it will be available specifically on the 6th. And if you win it, you just need to wait till the 6th. This is the plan.
Of the water and a forest. So only forests next to ocean, I believe, will cause that map to spawn. And then we can do other things like that as well. We can have special spawn conditions about when you get this and this, that's when this can spawn. And so that's a way that we can kind of fiddle around with the rarity. But also, if players learn these things, then they can know what to look for when they're exploring the map, as far as finding that stuff as well. So that can be a bit fun.
So I'm assuming that's going to influence things like racing, etc. But another question I had then is, does that mean that the people's individual map, because you said it's infinite, it's generated, etc. So does that mean each person has a completely random different starting point?
But anyway,
for instance,
I don't
maybe
care.
I'm more prone to find Tainted Paradise,
Which
sooner than a different person.
I mean, it is certainly true that you can roll.
There is no PvP in Path of Exile 2, guys. Oh, I'm completely crazy.
Well,
because I
on
think
certain things, there's nothing limiting the fact that you could find 5 Untainted Paradises near where you started and another person couldn't, right? But I think the law of averages will just mean that in general, it kind of ends up averaging out to the same kind of thing.
Sure.
It is an interesting point that you make about racing, because it does mean that if you're looking about the race to 100, it is possible for one person to get luckier than the other as far as what maps spawn for them. But then by the same token, it's possible for someone to get lucky on what items drop for them or some other one of a million things. So the longer you play effectively, the more the law of averages happens and the more kind of it just comes down to play skill rather than randomness. Ultimately, everyone gets a different experience there. And when you reset your, when you do the thing where you run out of,
I also haven't, so maybe I missed it, but
that does change the seed.
I guess if you haven't heard anything, then maybe it's not
out as well. So that's just worth mentioning.
That's good. That's good to know.
That. So you can actually reroll the complete layout if you want.
By dying 4 times.
Well, yeah, but I think there might even be a way to do it without dying. I'm not 100% sure on that. I can't remember what the way to trigger this was, but that is a thing.
Okay. The Atlas rolling meta coming up soon.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Because we made sure we did think of the one thing of you're not going to get an Untainted Paradise within the initial fog of war that you can see when you first enter the Atlas. So we don't allow that special stuff to spawn right in that first circle.
So I do have one follow-up here before I send it over to Gazi, really, because I'm just kind of thinking based upon this concept. So if there's certain biomes that are going to spawn certain types of unique maps, and maybe certain biomes are more prone to certain type of item drops, etc.
Mm-hmm. It is possible, guys. Whatever is not, like I said, it's anyway the early access, not even the full games. The second part is like whatever is not there on the release, new league is coming. They freaking famous for like they can add whatever can happen. City building. Can I fucking have the city building?
But
so it can drop.
the maps themselves, I can't like take that Untainted Paradise, put it as a consumable, and then trade it on the market. Does this mean you're expecting much more social play where it's like, hey, I found this unique map. Who is expecting this unique map and having people actually looking for other players that their particular, atlas has the maps that people are particularly looking for? Is this something you guys are expecting and planning around? Or?
I think it could definitely happen for sure. As for whether that's good or not, I guess we'll find out. Like, it's really sort of hard to know what the sort of social dynamics of something like that will be.
Sure.
But yeah, absolutely, it's something that I have no doubt will start to occur. And the concern with this stuff is always, do you start to get and sorry, the name of the server of the thing is of the Discord server that's incredibly infamous is slipping my mind right now. But there's an infamous Discord server where people do trading for things like that, and so there is a concern that it's like, I'm effectively trading access to something like that for out of game, which is always a concern. But I guess we sort of decided that we were sort of hoping that it doesn't end up going that way. And we were so excited to sort of change the atlas over to this method that this is just something that we decided. You know what? I think we're willing to take the risk on that one. But I mean, it's sort of an interesting one. Like, if that becomes a problem, we might have to find a way around to solve it. I guess we'll sort of just have to see. I mean, look, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Fair enough answer. I'll send it over to Ghazi. I think he had a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll throw in one and rewind back in time a little bit to an interview you did with a D4 streamer, Vudio. And in there was a question regarding competitive game modes and races and whatnot, community events. With Cicerin has the Gauntlet event that's been very prominent with. And the question was about that being in PoE2.
Guys, we have a poll. The poll is up and running. Will you be buying Path of Exile Early Access? Path of Exile 2 Early Access. Have you spent already your moneros? Are you already there? Vote, and thank you so much. Yeah, I know. There were people who were like, oh my gosh, why paying for Early Access when the game on release will be free? Well, I cannot explain this. But yeah, we all getting it. We all buying it. Vote.
And you answered yes. Now, what we want to do is have you spill...
No, I have the perfect explanation. But it's beautiful! I want to play it now!
More of the beans here and give us some more details. Can you give us anything? Are there any plans in the works, etc., etc.?
PvP, guys.
So at the start of early
question.
access, we won't be able to do any of that stuff. We just haven't had time. But look, it's definitely the kind of stuff that I like to do. Like, I really like those sort of PvE but yet competitive type of.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, but this is the perfect, like, why pay $100 for a space turtle base in the original Path of Exile, guys? I'm really sorry. It's hard to explain. No, it's not. It's super simple to explain. Because it's beautiful. What is like, guys?
Events, like, they're just really fun to me.
Why buy a new dress to already 100 that I have? I don't have 100 dresses, but it was like for the sake of the argument. But you know the answer.
I have no doubt that we'll be doing some of that stuff. It's just that, yeah, like for early access, we just haven't had time. The custom league system will come back in PoE2 as well, so you'll be able to do that stuff, and that sort of helps people organize their own races and things like that, which we'll have there. It won't be, once again, not day one of EA, but pretty soon after that, we'll get that in. And, like, by the way, the thing that's blocking that is literally just, like, some of our web developers need to port the interface for that over to the Path of Exile 2 website, right? It just hasn't been done yet. So we just, as soon as they've got that in order, then that'll be available. So yeah, like we're absolutely doing. What was that? Sorry.
I think a lot of people really like the old school races that we used to have many years ago, like the descent races.
I love that. I love that stuff too. It was so cool.
12-minute races, like everyone can participate in that. Because like the race to 100, we talk about that a lot, right? Mm-hmm. But that's that's a lot of dedication and time invested. But these shorter races, an hour, half an hour, endless delve, like I think a lot of people would really like to see them come back again.
I would as well. The funny thing about that is that as cool as it was, and as like much as the community liked them, for whatever reason, it just didn't really result in people it just didn't really result in like actually more people playing, and that was kind of the reason why we found it really sucks because like this is one of those cases where it's just a mercenary decision of like this. While everyone loves it, it just doesn't result in more players. So that's like if we're talking about spending time doing all that stuff versus adding more content.
That's right now, marketing speaking.
To a league launch that definitely adds more players. Unfortunately, it just
Thank
had
you
to
for
go to the
following.
leagues. But the thing is that it was just really cool, and so like if I had some spare designers up my sleeve, then I would 100% get them working on this because it's something that is just super awesome. And I definitely think we should try it again as well for PoE2. Like, you know, times have moved on a long time since back when we were doing that stuff. So I think it's worth another try and see like does that stuff actually heat up into an actual into a scene of racing and so on that actually like causes there to be like just interest in itself coming to the game. So look, I have no doubt we'll try some races, just not immediately.
Before I send it over to DM again, yes or no, are you in favor of having a battle royale PoE2 event?
Well, I mean, it would certainly be cool. Let me think about this. Is
it more skill-based gameplay?
Yeah. So I'm actually just thinking about this. 'Cause I'm just thinking as you're saying this. Like, okay, so how would the new system translate to a battle royale format? Because one of the things that was interesting, I think, about the PoE1.
Guys, the poll is up and running. You can still vote. Can someone say, have you got, or like, are you planning to get the throne thing? The boat racing.
One version was the randomness of what skills you found. But in PoE2, of course, you've got the uncuts. I mean, that probably is fine, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like, it wouldn't really be hard to do to just try it. The thing with something like a mode like that is it's really easy to just like try some random stuff.
Just answer
but to really make it
yes,
actually
they won.
good
Yes,
would
they
require
won.
quite a lot more work.
You're the one.
At one point, we were actually pretty keen to make like an actually good version of the
It's expensive as fuck.
battle royale thing, because when we announced that originally, like when I said 1 day of development, it really was just like there was a limit of like 1 day per developer of how much time they were allowed to spend on that, because it was like literally an April Fool's joke, and it turned out like it's kind of
Can you buy the art book separately? I don't think so.
like one of those things that's like fun for a few days, but it didn't really have like long lasting good gameplay because like no one had I mean, we didn't really test it, right? We just kind of just like did some random shit and put it up there, and it was kind of cool. So that was a fun little experience. But we did discuss like should we make an actual proper version of this? Like would this be something that actually works well? And we were kind of almost did, but I don't know, just like other stuff happened. We didn't end up doing it, but you know what? Maybe we should have another just like random fun battle royale and PoE2 event. Just even if we don't like, just another one of those just like ultra kind of garage style. Just like everyone just like make some random stuff and just put it in there and we'll just see what happens. It could be fun.
I think so.
I used to do way more, like way back in the early days of PoE1. I used to do just like way more rando stuff like that. And I really enjoyed doing it, but for various reasons, like it's kind of like, I don't know, like I just never really like. Man, I find this stuff fun. So, a random example of this is, I was like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a level 1 DPS competition. So we had a competition for like what is the character that can get the highest DPS at level 1, and then what we decided, I think we gave away like we're like, okay, if whoever wins this, we're just going to give like a T-shirt or something. There was just some random like prize that we were just going to give away, I was like, man, this is really smart, because like if you use other characters to like rush your level 1 character, but then make sure they never get any experience, then you can like get all the quests and like get all of the like passive points that you can get when you're level 1, and there's like quite a lot you can do. And it's like, then it's like, okay, what's the minimum amount of experience you can possibly get by killing the mandatory bosses, in order to get the quest flags? Like, it was like all these like little things. I was like, man, people are gonna have so much fun with this stuff. And then we got all these like kind of negative reactions about it, of like people being like, oh, you have to cheat, you have to multi-box to do this competition. Like, it was like, are you saying you're endorsing doing this? And there's like all this random stuff that the community kind of reacted negatively about with this. Because I guess they were kind of feeling like, like some guy who's like willing to spend all this time and like find the best level 1 item is going to be the one who wins it. And it's like, well, yeah, that was kind of the point, right? Like, I was hoping that a bunch of people, like some random like total basement dwelling people would be like, I'm going to spend like frickin' a week on this this and like find like what the best possible way with like all these steps is going to be, and then that person will get a prize, right? Like it's just a completely out there thing. That is what happened. But for some reason people got angry about it, and I was kind of like, I guess I just don't understand. Like to me that's cool. It's like, it's not like this is some big feature that we worked on, right? It was just a random idea I had. So like I really love doing that kind of stuff, and I feel like like it would be cool to do more of that, but it kind of requires, I guess, a certain mindset in the community. So I don't know. Like there's always this worry whenever you do something like that of like, why are you wasting time on this when you could be doing some other thing, right? That's always, that could be a concern.
I missed all these. I'm just sitting here thinking back, because I think the reason this came up in conversations on a previous podcast we did with Pox. Pox was going through all of the different battle royales and PvP modes and all these fun events, and I realized there's all these fun events that I missed out on being a newer head to PoE. So kind of hope at some point those do come back.
You would have never experienced. You never would have experienced. You never would have experienced Descent, which was another one of those kind of like. Kind of relatively quick to make things that we did, where we just kind of remixed a bunch of content and put it in a random order with like special chests and everything, and it was kind of a race event for a race that wasn't the game, and it honestly didn't take that long to make, it was pretty cool. It was fun making all that stuff. It was really fun.
All right, well, +1 for...
It was incredibly enjoyable. Well, what you missed, the best one was like, I remember you guys put the BR into a Twitch Rivals, and it was...
Right.
It was massive. It was hilarious.
Well, +1 for minigames.
Demon Lady.
It's coming in the future. Something that I didn't... Maybe I'm just dumb, but I didn't see it in any of my early play tests.
Yeah, talking about... majority will be playing. Yeah, obviously, the majority will be absolutely playing. But some people are cautious, and some people are thinking, need to see it on the early access to decide. Do they want to play it? Do they don't want to play it? You will want to play it.
Yes, I didn't see it in any of the interviews or any of the footage you guys showed. Gym quality is obviously a thing. We have like Gymling Legionnaire, for instance, showing you a +12 the quality. Obviously, it's scale, not support, was a difference made. But how do you actually do that? From my I didn't see any gym colors anywhere. So I'm curious to know what's going on with gym quality and the impact that you're hoping gym quality will have in the game.
Yeah, so
gym quality, that's how I heard
quality a late game thing, because so it's kind of an end game that you get it. It's not restricted to any one system or anything like that, but it's just something that starts dropping in end game only. And effectively, they just increase like various things. Now, gem quality was one of those things that I think was a bit overcomplicated, or like there was things where like we want to try and do a little bit better when it comes to like what stats we're choosing to scale to make that a little bit more fun. I don't have a full list of what they are or anything like that yet. Mark, this is actually something that's like really...
How it fucking should be.
Coming in really late. Like I know gem quality is a thing we're doing. Like the balance of that has only been done in like the last few weeks. It is a thing. It's like it's nice to have another kind of grind that's like, just to perfect the gem. And there's even a few other things like that of like perfecting your gems. There's one other.
Is it me, the daft girl?
One, but I don't know whether it got in or not. So maybe I shouldn't mention it. Relating to that. So
you can mention it. Sure,
a little bit later.
Go ahead.
It's like you need to have like quite a few different systems at the end where it's like, okay, you can just eke out another 20%. You can eke out another 20% with this. You can eke out another 20% of that, right? And so you kind of want to have a lot of those things. So there's the role of fusing orbs, which that was the thing. I don't know whether it's in or not, so I'll just leave that as a cliffhanger there. There's things like you've got gem quality, you've got which I think is the 20%, and then of course the Gymling Legionnaire can go above that. Now, generally speaking, it has to improve the skill by 20% in some axis, but we're not going to. It's not just going to be just damage. Like it's going to be something, ideally a stat that, like, I mean, it may be in some cases, but ideally it's always something that's kind of a bit more interesting than that. That's the hope anyway. And because of the fact that it's not just damage.
What did you do? You got the drone. Did you get the drone, Dog? Thank you so much. Did you get the boat racing?
That means that we can have it be something that's sort of end game only, and it's going to be harder to get than most other things because regular quality items you can get by salvaging from other items that drop with.
Dog, enjoy your boat racing. Enjoy the boat racing.
Quality, but I believe that gems don't drop with quality, so every single point of that is going to be hard earned using a GCP. Gemcutter's Prism. Yeah, that'll kind of be one of those just final grinds at the end game of like getting all of those, getting enough of those. Yeah, I think that should be just one of those extra things.
That answers that. So speaking of skill gems, there was one other skill gem that we saw teased one time and then wasn't talked about again, which was mounts in particular. Also is going to the Ranger, right? We saw the Ranger, but two questions here, which is, are there more than just the Roa mount, and are mounts more than just Ranger? Can I be expected to be a Titan double-fisting two-handed maces swinging off the back of a Roa?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
So the Roa, I should say, is a Ranger. Well, no, I mean it's not Ranger only, but the bonus that it gives is the ability to fire while without slowing down. Only bone,
the Demon Lady or Mercenary?
Only like arrow skills are ones you can actually fire off the back of a rower. So anyone else could ride it.
Mercenary is really good.
Any advantage to do so because it's just like the main thing you're getting is the ability not to slow down with arrows.
Yeah, Doc, absolutely.
So it's not like some larger system really. It's just like a thing we made for that, and we just thought it was cool.
You get a lot for your money.
Don't want mounts
in terms
to
of
be
cosmetics
like faster.
and how it all looks and how it's all
the reason why it's faster for the Ranger
because you do understand that, like, no, I mean, I guess you do understand that, but guys, like, if you are buying the higher supporter packs, you are, that's cool. Like, you are getting also all the previous supporter packs cosmetics, they are included. So you're not just getting the ones from that's listed there in your supporter pack, but you're also getting all the previous shit. So you can like check what's there, and you're gonna get everything. So you're getting not only specifically the boat racing. You're getting bunch of shit. For supporter pack hoodie, who knows?
Because she gets to not slow. She just effectively gets to not pay the penalty of slowing down while shooting. But we don't want mounts to just be faster than running in any case, because if we do that, then it's like the whole different gameplay consequence and like that we don't want to have to deal with. So effectively, that sort of limits the number of things we can do with a mount like that. Now, I think it'll be cool later to do more mounts for more things. Like I'm sure there's ideas that you could have that would be cool. But for at least for the time being, that's the mount that we've got, and we won't be.
I am hearing, for the sake of roleplay cosmetic Andy, I do get to at least sit on the mount and walk around in town or something like
if you
that.
Want.
Okay.
Sure. And we could probably make some cosmetic mounts as well that were the same.
Fucking talking. But I will never finish this because of you people. Christmas present, worth it.
In that same vein, I suppose. Nothing's stopping us doing that. So that might be fun.
I mean, on that topic, I'll pitch you this idea. Obviously, I want some royalties. So I like my skeletons to, when I mount up, to fall apart, and the bones of the skeletons to form a skeletal horse. And when I dismount, I want to form the skeletons again. Okay?
Noted.
Thank you.
You will get exactly one cell. It will be Gazi buying the mount.
Plain Druid when it's released. And this guy, I don't know who will be playing.
Moving on to assembling things question. It's crafting related.
Yeah.
So I don't want to spend too much time on this because the crafting is very different, but it's what we're going to see a lot when we play. But I will ask a couple questions about it. So let's start with essences. Now, we are confirmed to be able to use essences multiple times where they guarantee a modifier. What we've seen is making a normal item into a magical item, guaranteeing one modifier. We've seen essences making a magic item, a regaling essentially, to turn into rare with a guaranteed second modifier if we want to. So I guess the first question is regarding essences. Is this a guaranteed specific modifier, or is it a 1x speed modifier or 1x attack modifier?
Yeah, so it is listed as it's one of the group, but in many cases...
Unfortunately, but no, probably it's wrong. It's wrong. It's a bad idea. Demon Lady, it's like someone new. Like, but on the other hand, it's really easy to start because before you are reaching the Demon Lady, you don't give a damn. You are anyway running around with the minions, so you're fine. And on the other hand, like later, you are specifying yourself into the Demon Lady. But it's going to be hard. Demon Lady, I need a build for the Demon Lady. So maybe anyway, Mercenary.
spawn anyway.
It's
So
hard to
effectively, like in
decide.
those cases, it's completely guaranteed. But there's a few cases
Easier
where
cosplay, Omen.
it could be one of a couple
I
of mods.
already
But
have
generally
pretty
speaking,
much the Demon Lady
for a
cosplay.
given item type, it will just be one mod. And the main reason why we did it that way, even though mostly it's just a single mod anyway, is because we didn't want to have the thing where you've got the giant list where for each item type it's like, here's what mod you're going to get, and like it's kind of annoying. So we just wanted to say, like, it'll give you a mod of a certain group, and then that way you can sort of know what you're going to get from that. Yeah, effectively, generally speaking, though, you're going to know what you're going to get from the from that mod, except for like a couple of specific cases, I think.
Okay, on the follow-up there, we talked about that earlier with the wiki in-game to search for monsters. Talked about that a little bit earlier. I guess another question in similar fashion would be for crafting. Is there any idea or desire or even plans to give us the tool to look at the tooltip in-game of seeing these are the modifiers that can be applied to this item to avoid, again,
Happy Fitness Recovery Week. 2/5.
Thanks so much.
having to go to third-party sites and tools?
So we actually were going to have. So I'll give you some. Okay, so at the event that you even went to, DM, there was probably, you might have noticed the crafting bench that we still had in that version, and that actually got cut. And so what that was going to be was, not only was it a crafting bench, but also it effectively served as your as your encyclopedia of mods, because you could see when you put an item in there exactly what mods could actually go on it, because the user interface not only sort of had the crafting thing, but it also had kind of like the like, here's the mods that can spawn, and like, sure, some of them are grayed out because you can't you can't craft them on this item, but you could at least see what they all were. So we actually kind of were working towards something like that, but the problem was that the crafting bench had all sorts of issues, which, I mean, I could go into if you want, but like, but suffice to say, the feature got cut, and so now we currently don't have something like that. And that's a bit of a shame, because I do think that being able to see that stuff in game is good, and like, we were actually doing something useful with that. So it's possible that we might bring something like that back a little bit later. Like, we did a bunch of UI work to kind of get this to be the case. And I do think that it's good to have that stuff in game. It's just that we don't currently have that for mods. That's a bit of a shame.
Not to dive into.
I mean, it sounds.
You want to go ahead? Sorry. Okay, I was going to say, not to dive into the reasons for the cut of the crafting bench as much as to, do you still expect it to come, or is it a decision like, we shouldn't have this in the game, as much as like, it's not ready technically, there's bugs or something, it's like a to be determined, or is it like, nah, firm decision?
It was a design problem, not a...
Yeah, I know. We have Monk and Witch here as the top classes.
Not a technical problem. So I might as well just go into it, right? Might as well just go through the whole thing. So effectively, we had this whole... So during betas, actually, we had a lot of feedback all the time about people saying, I don't have a way... You're not giving me the tools to fix the problems that I have with my build, right? And the type of player that we were getting that from a lot was PoE1 players, right? Because they're used to the crafting bench. And the crafting bench absolutely is a way to be able to fix problems with your build. So the first way that we I'm trying to think back. So the problems that we had with the crafting bench is it kind of trivialized certain mods, and the issue the designers often have is like, okay, effectively what it does is, because the mods you can get from the crafting bench are kind of like, they're not top tier, but they are kind of good enough, I guess. So it meant that effectively a rare item was only 6, so it was only 5 mods plus a crafted mod, and that sort of reduces the amount of power you can get at the top end on some level, or like the level or the degree to which randomness can cause an item to be good relative to the average item. Which some people would say is a good thing, right? And some people would say is a bad thing. But the point is, there was always this contention around this, right, with the designers and so on. So that was like sort of one of the issues. And so then. The other issue was just the way the costing was. I think it was just like, I can't remember exactly what we were unhappy about with that, but effectively we were unhappy about that. So we came up with another design. And the first design of it was, what we're going to do is we're going to say that whenever you get an item, you can salvage a mod off an item that will destroy the item, and then you'll get some kind of juice of that mod, or like maybe some kind of essence or something like that. Like, effectively you'd get some kind of amount of like something for that mod, and then you would build up to the point where you can then put that mod on another piece of gear. So we tried this out, and the problem that we were having is that if we tried like 5 different ways that this could work in terms of like how it could work, and generally speaking, there was always this fight every single time of like, if we make this like easy enough so that players can easily do it, then the designers start to get unhappy about the fact that items are becoming too trivial, like we're not happy about this, like all these sort of issues like that. And if we make it so that the players, so that the designers are happy, then the players are like, this is just busy work and it takes me forever and I have to salvage all these items, you're making me make decisions, and there was like all sorts of things that the like players were just not very happy about. Like, it just didn't feel fun to actually use. Like I actually was never really happy with it in terms of just the user experience of using it. So we had built this whole thing, and like we balanced it a whole bunch of different ways, and then I think we were a bit too close to the issue, because the other thing that was happening through all of this was like, like Mark often was like, oh, what if we just didn't have the crafting bench? Like, can we just not have it? Like, the item system does work. Like, there's all these complaints, but but maybe we just don't need it. And I know that Rishi as well was kind of like, yeah, I prefer. He was like, I prefer not to have it, but then like if it works this way, then I am okay with having it. And it's like, no one was happy. You know what I mean? Like this is not a good thing. When you've got a system like that. So eventually, I think as I said, I was a little bit too close to the issue, because I was like, we can't launch into early access without a crafting bench, because the crafting bench is just a thing that PoE players expect. And like, if we don't have a way for players to feel like they've got a way to solve problems like resist or something like that, then people are going to crucify us, right? Like, it's a really big issue. And eventually, and I don't remember who I think it was Rishi even who might have suggested this. He basically just said, hey, because that's right. Because at one point I was like, what if the crafting bench just added an extra mod, so it didn't affect the existing mods? You could just add an extra mod, even if you've already got the mod on the item. If it just adds an extra mod, then it would solve the problems, because it doesn't like interfere with the randomness of the other mods, but it also lets you solve your problems. So like, there shouldn't be any issue, like sort of thing. And that we were kind of like, yeah, that'll solve the problem. But we still had the problem where people weren't really enjoying actually destroying and salvaging mods of items. Like, adding the extra, like, here's another thing to think about, in the item system was just something that people just wasn't fun. So then Rishi said, okay, well, you're talking about adding an extra mod to all items. Well, we already have the socket system that we created for Ultimatum, for the Val Orbs. Because at the time, what that did is it could add one socket, but you didn't have existing sockets on items. So it was like, what if we just allow sockets to spawn on items? We have a currency that lets you add sockets, and we just also have just common runes that have just like the standard mods. And this took basically no effort to implement, because we already had the stuff for sockets. We already had like basically everything we needed, and it pretty much exactly was filling the function that the crafting bench was supposed to fill. But yet it didn't have. But yet it feels fun, because you don't have to have this busy work of having to salvage mods, like salvage mods all the time. So effectively, it was just a way better solution. And as soon as we tried that, it's like, designers are happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So it was just immediately just way better. So but it does mean that we just don't get that nice encyclopedia of mods that we had before. So I mean, that still exists, right? Like, we could put that in a moment's notice. We have the system. But what I'm thinking is maybe we can find a way to get something of that nature in later on without it requiring as much busy work. So one thing we discussed was like, well, what if we had this as an endgame thing? Because like at endgame, you wouldn't have as much of that tension problem of like, because in order to make the balance work for the amount of juice you need for a mod to work both at early game and at late game, the kind of balance you need to do is like kind of annoying with like massive exponential scaling factors and like stuff like that. That was one thing's like, maybe it would work if it was an endgame only system. So I guess that's a bit of a ramble, but effectively all that is to say, we've got this sitting in the wings. We could theoretically bring it back. The problem is a design issue, not a technical issue. It's just like we're never happy with how it played. And so, maybe one day we can make a way for it to work.
I appreciate you going into the detail on it, because it's actually it's really cool to hear the thought process behind it instead of just hearing it's not going to be in the game, like actually hearing the process of how you came to it. I appreciate the answer. Go on, Gazi, you're going to say something?
Sorry. I do think about like the whole idea with the crafting bench. So we're not going to have a crafting bench. It's being replaced by sockets. Featured. I think it's pretty fair the way that approach is. It seems to solve the situation. But we also have the idea of microtransactions, of bench
that is great.
Micros that needs to be supported in PoE2.
So I think
leave my corner in peace.
So I think that for now at least, I believe that the salvage bench, obviously it's like way less of a big deal, but the salvage bench, you can still have that in your hider. You can still retheme that how you like. And then if we do add the crafting bench back, then you'll just be able to reskin that as well. There are also a couple of other things that are basically benches. So effectively you'll be able to reskin those using crafting benches that you've already bought. So long as they're in the game, then you have that. So effectively that's what you get for now. I do understand that it's like a little bit weird, because the bench is not like the salvage bench is not as big of a deal as what the crafting bench was in PoE1. So like you could argue that the reskin has less value in that sense, but it's still a thing you can put in your hideout and still use in that way. So we still have the compatibility there.
But think of it this way, like it might be a far-fetched idea, but like think of the crafting bench if you put in your item in that you want to craft on, and then implement a feature like Rogpog crafting. So you have a menu, say, hey, I want to use a Chaos Orb. You click on that one, it will tell you this is what's going to happen to the item. Then you have to click craft. Now we have a proper use of the crafting bench. It features from PoE1 to PoE2. I think people would like that with the idea of like showing the modifier that can apply to the item. It's like one of the things PoE2 so far is doing really good job at is preventing us from utilizing third-party tools and sites to the extent that it is, and that could be a step in that direction. Again, just spitballing here.
Sure.
But I want to move on to another part of this question because otherwise we're going to sit here for another couple of hours. And it is about metacrafting. We saw the omens. Allowing you to have the metacrafting approaches. So this question is from Empyrean, so shout out to him.
What the fuck is this?
For this, by the way. The question is, can we use multiple metacrafts at once, or multiple omens at once for a craft?
Right. I believe that you can't, but I could be wrong about that. But my understanding is it's one omen at a time. Yeah, that does... I think they would probably get too powerful if you're able to use more than one at once. I guess you haven't seen the whole list yet, but effectively, yeah, one at a time is the main idea with that.
So the next,
throw the ball over to you, DM.
Yeah, we're going to move over here to ascendancies and trials. Relay the question real quick. So we saw the ascendancy. We know how you do it. You do it through the trials. One of the things that we were trying to get some clarity on is, do you get points from the trials based upon how far you progress in the trials, or is it the type of situation where you're going to do multiple different trials to get the points? I know there's like the coins associated with it, so I was hoping we could, hear how you go from your first two to your second two, et cetera, in terms of points.
So effectively, as you get higher level coins, for example, if coins in the case of Sanctum, so as you get higher level coins, there's like certain level breakpoints where new floors open up.
Yep.
So each floor,
This is for,
in the case of Sanctum, there are 4 floors.
This is not quite for the new players, definitely.
Those effectively, if you complete floor 1, you get 2 points. If you complete floor 2, you
we
get
got
a second 2,
banana.
etc. But the extra floor only becomes available once you get a coin of a high enough level, and it says on the coin like how many floors you're allowed to do based on that coin. So that means that you can't ascend a second time as soon as you get there. Like you do have to get to a coin from a slightly higher level. And the same is basically true of ultimatum as well. So
Very much aim from the
effectively, it'll say
experience
on the ultimatum how many rooms you're able to do, and thus and basically for that one, it's the number of bosses that you've killed. So after you've killed the first boss, you get 2 points. After you killed the second boss, you get 2, and then the third boss, you get another 2, and then the final challenge at the end, the fourth boss that have you that content. If you're able to kill that one, then you get your 4th set of points for that. So effectively, in both cases, there are 4 bosses that you can kill, and effectively, once you've defeated, the second set of them, then you get more points and so on and so forth.
Now, I think you alluded to this earlier, but just to further clarify, Atlas progression can be done in a group as well as ascendancies. Can you do those in a group? So when you go to do the ultimatum, etc., you can...
Yeah. So everyone will be able to ascend. Everyone will be able to ascend if you go in a party. For the Atlas, the Atlas state is only one.
I just
like
eat
it's
my
one person
banana.
state. But obviously everyone's getting rewards and so on from that. But but in terms of actually exploration, only one person is getting that exploration because they've all got separate atlases. So effectively, it has to be that way.
I'm assuming the Atlas modifiers go off the person who opens the point, whose party it is.
Yeah. So effectively, that person. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah.
Guys, you want to go?
Yeah, we'll move over to the next one. We're going to go a little faster so we don't waste your time either or occupy too much.
We're getting
of your
towards
time.
the end here. Just a couple more.
Yeah. So we saw a lot of skills being involved for specific weapons in the reveal. We saw them open up an uncut skill gems. It was swords, maces, and flail. So the questions first is, are there more new types or different types of weapons to come? And can we hear a bit about those? We'll start with that.
Yeah, so effectively all of the, on that list, it does have the full list of all the weapon types. Now, I should mention that the weapon types for classes that are sort of designed for classes that we're not releasing yet, we're not giving the skills for those out either at the moment. And that's just because,
they're not in the game.
Effectively, the weapon set of skills there is the class, and then if we're doing that, we'd also have to do all that other work as well. So effectively, there would be no point if we did that. And that does actually mean, by the way, that swords are not dropping in PoE2 right now because there's no sword skills for them, so there's no point in having them do that.
Wait,
So
Warrior
effectively,
is
yeah, like
using it now?
the ones that we've announced, like those set of ones
Warrior is not using swords?
that's what you're getting at the moment. And yeah, as
Like
throughout early
axes
access, we'll
only.
add some more. But effectively, that we do have that list on the side, so you can see what they'll all be, and we'll talk more about like the specific play style of each of those weapons as we get through it. But I will say one thing is that the skills that you get on each weapon type, I do want to make sure that if each weapon type feels very different from one another.
That's the mace
Like,
only,
I
wow.
would say that in PoE1, that like the difference between an axe and a sword is like not really that important.
Crossbow, yeah. It doesn't use the bow, it uses the crossbow and grenades.
And I kind of want to make sure that like it feels like the skill set you get for each one is more distinct, and and thus the playstyle is different. So yeah, you'll obviously see more about that as we add the more classes.
Fair enough. But you said that there were all of them there, and in the playtest that I've been part of, we've seen both wands, scepters, and staves, but there were no skills related to those three. Is that something we're going to see in the future?
So the wands are kind of like a part of the occult line, and each wand has its own skill on it. So there's actually a bunch of skills on those wands, and yeah, as you play through the game, effectively those will be part of your set of skills.
Have you seen like anything about Elon Musk playing Path to Exile too?
As well.
Yes, no, maybe.
And then scepters. Scepters have. So there's actually two lines of scepters. There's the ones that are more minion focused, and those either give you minions or things that support minions. And then there's the ones that are kind of designed to be more,
Blade Mail High
more for a different class. So there's another class as well that uses scepters commonly. I actually don't know whether or not any of those scepters are in the game currently, but effectively there's like kind of a line of scepters that are designed. They give you spirit, but they're more not so much about minions. They're about something else.
Templar
So, you got
question
that
mark?
yeah. It's pretty obvious, I suspect. But
I missed
pretty
it,
obvious.
absolutely.
But
Maybe we asking
effectively,
about it,
so you've got that as well. So and then you've got the
Like, should he
staves,
play
which
it?
also have their own set of things as well. So effectively, there's actually quite a lot of skills that are represented there that you don't see in those lists because they're kind of separate. And actually, one thing I should mention that maybe wasn't obvious is that anytime something says it grants a skill, that skill is supportable with support gems. So like in the in the presentation, if you saw an ascendancy class and that ascendancy class node says grant skill and then some skill, you can support that skill with sockets on your character. So like that time stop, for example, like that's a supportable skill.
He'll play Druid when the Druid will be released.
And stuff like that. So that's actually kind of one of those things
that's
not entirely obvious from just looking at it.
Fair enough.
Not sure.
We'll move over to the next question, which
That is a chance,
with
but
life
not 100%.
not on the passive tree. Shout out to Creparian for this one. Are some characters still going to potentially be significantly tankier than others as they are in PoE1?
Yeah.
Just to give some more context for the people watching, we're talking about the difference between, say, a CI versus Mind of a Matter versus life stack and armor evasion, etc.
Yeah. So I mean, you can still absolutely get life, from gear. But the main way that the tree is going to allow you to get
someone already suggested him to play
tankier
everyone
is
suggested him to
other
play
effects,
everything.
like to do with defenses, right? So, armor evasion and so on. And there's quite a lot of stats around modifying those and doing different things with those. I think there is a lot of scope for that kind of thing.
Oh my gosh, which pack Elon Musk will buy, guys? Which supporter pack he will get?
And I think it's more obvious to a new player that if you want to be defensive, then go for all this armor or evasion or whatever nodes. Like the whole breakdown of like some X% needs to be life or whatever, I think was confusing before. So effectively now, if you want to be more defensive, allocate those defensive nodes, and you should be doing fine. We do want to make sure that you can feel a lot more defensive than some other characters for sure. I guess there's not a huge amount more to say about that. Effectively, yes, we want to have the ability to control a lot of defensiveness from the tree.
I'm going to rapid fire a few questions related to Warrior ascendancies here. So one of them that got shown during the LA presentation that went on Open World Games video and then has been kind of spread around Reddit, etc., is effectively the rucksack is back. So you have the Titan, it says plus 20 inventory space. There's been some questions related to quality of life being something that you get as an ascendancy point related to only a particular ascendancy. Yep. So could you elaborate on the decision behind this?
I guess there's not really a huge amount to say about it. Like Mark was the one who was like, yeah, we should probably do this, and he'd probably be a better one to answer that question. But he was kind of like, you know what, I think we'll try it out, right? If it doesn't work, we'll just change it. Just true of anything we do. So I don't think there's some big deep philosophy around this. It's just kind of like hey.
Sure. For context, I think the reason people are asking is like, well, I won plus 20 on my class. It's type of questions here. Ghazi, did you want to?
I do want to, I'll interrupt you real quick there. There's that as well, sure. But there's also this idea that your first 2 ascendancy points, like where your ascendancy points, you get 2 of them, you kind of want to get the majority of the classes giving you something that gives you power.
Fair enough.
Whereas this choice is only giving you a quality of life feature, and Blood Mage, first 2 ascendancies, is a negative input for the class. So I was curious about the decision.
Right. So I'll go into the Blood Mage one at least.
Blood Mage,
The one
it's a
thing I
witch
should
shit.
mention
It's
about
the
that
witch
is that
thing.
it does allow you to overcap your life by double, which is
For free, we don't know, like half an hour plus from now. But early access 6th of December, but it's for $30 minimum.
something that I didn't mention in the video, but it's kind of important, right? So effectively, if you're picking up those orbs, then you can get to double the amount of life that you normally have. So Mark actually pointed out.
Oopsie, I forgot this.
Mark actually mentioned that I forgot to mention that upside in the thing. So that's kind of an important element as well.
All right.
So,
That's actually kind of
fun. Yeah, but I kind of I know what you mean about the one with the inventory space keystone.
No. We have
node. So
Henry
I
Cavill
understood.
is my
I
guy
totally get
in
where you're
Diablo 4.
coming
No.
from with that.
Henry
Okay,
Cavill
so
is
I'm
my
going to move
guy.
on
I'm
to the
not
next
allowing.
ascendancy node. So during the footage, speaking of the footage of the presentation, I'm sitting there and I'm super hyped about Warrior. I'm going to play Warrior. I play Warrior in all 3 tests. I want Maces, seeing the Giant Splits, all looking good, right? So then they show the Warrior class of the Ancestral Spirit. And the footage shows a monkey who gets summoned. He pounds his chest and he runs into a tree. He just runs away.
Yes, I know. And this came up during, when we saw that so late as well. So, okay, one thing I think you guys should understand is the fact that, you probably assume that this video was ready a week ago.
He plays World of Warcraft. That's
Well, let me
what
tell you,
everyone
we were
knows.
rendering it out the night before. And still freaking working on it, right? So there are a lot of things about that video that I certainly would have wanted to improve. And the monkey running off into the tree was definitely on the list. Okay, that was in there. That was certainly not lost on us. Unfortunately, we just didn't get time to fix that.
To be fair, I'm not
but yes, I know what you mean. It didn't look good.
Yeah, I'm not so much trying to roast you about the monkey. It's like everyone wants to know what the monkey do. Like there's a monkey, but what does the monkey do? Is there any chance I could find that?
I mean,
there was a monkey,
I don't actually have the finer details on this one. It's I actually don't know. I would have to ask Mark about that one. He's the one working on that.
Fair enough. So there's a monkey.
Yeah, I know. But the thing, but it was not lost on me though. That one thing, it was. Yeah, honestly, people. Yeah, it came in hot, that presentation. Let me just say that.
All right.
So it does more than runs away then.
Yes, it does more than runs away for sure. It's going to be attacking. It's going to be doing stuff. It's just, I think, just AI failed.
It does something
good.
at some point. Got it.
Yes,
so
it does.
the Jade would be the next portion. We
point.
saw the Jade. Is that defensive only? There was a Jade ramping stack and lets you gain Jade per second. So the question is, are you gaining Jade as you're in Jade form sitting there, and then that translates to a buffs of some kind, or do you have to stack Jade in order to be able to use the skill? So I was hoping, would you be willing to give us any...
So while you're not using the skill, effectively it's building up, and that's effectively acting as a counter of the amount of damage that you can sustain. I should mention, by the way, that and I didn't do a good job of explaining this in the video, that you can turn on and off quickly. Like you've got an amount of Jade, and it's like you use it as when the boss slams, and then you can let go. You don't just stay as a Jade statue. The video made it look like you just stay as a statue until it runs out, but that's not how it works. You just hold it down while in your Jade, then you let go, and you're not. That's the. Yeah. So, I mean, you just hold down the skill, right? So effectively, you can use that to tank a bunch of damage, and And I think the design intention here really is that without dodge rolling, you can stay where you are and tank even an unblockable hit, and then attack follow up immediately without having to dodge away and get out of position. So that's kind of the idea of that.
Okay, excellent.
This is like a toggleable Vol Arctic armor.
This is super in depth.
Well, the thing is,
this is super
I don't
in
like the word
depth.
toggleable to use here. It is a skill you were using because,
this
while
is
you're holding
guys,
it,
at
it's
which
there,
point you're
and when
gonna
you're
talk
not holding it,
about?
it's
I
not
don't
there.
know.
And also, you can't do anything else while you're a Jade statue, right? It's like a skill that is turning you into a statue that's unmoving until you let go, and then you can follow up again. So it's kind of like, as I said, you should think of it more like a dodge roll where you don't have to actually move, like it's a way of defending yourself against a big attack that you would otherwise get away from.
Okay, well, that makes it sound a lot better.
Right.
So another question, people are going, I'm going to try and make these a little bit faster here. Party play, there was the Chronomancer, looked awesome, was the one that caught me off guard the most. How does the freezing time work in party play? Can we get to the point?
It doesn't stop your friends.
Okay,
It only stops the monsters. So
you can overlap these, like have someone go and then the next guy go and then the next guy go. And
There you guys, there is the party
I
play.
don't see why not. That would work.
There you go. I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna cut in here with 2 more quick ones, and then we're gonna let Gazi
It's a free
some
game.
Minion
Of course,
questions
it's a
after
paid
that.
feature.
We're just at the Q&A rapid fire, the last few couple from chat here, and then we're pretty much gonna send you on your way. So, div cards have been in the game. I believe this was confirmed from the puzzle boxes that were originally came out. Was the first basically mention of this. So we're hoping to hear a little bit of information about how you want div cards to be, presented within, this as well as maybe some timelines, because I saw in the packs you guys are both selling this as well as unique items will come up
that
in
it will come back.
Well. So some information.
We need last epoch in this fight of the giants. The last epoch between them.
So effectively, once we've got the our ducks in a row to be able to sell that, because we were a little bit worried.
And no rest for the weekend.
We were just kind of
Really good game.
We were planning on selling at the same time as the supporter packs came out, but we ran out of time a little bit, so we couldn't quite put them up, and we were a bit worried because the way the system works for these limited sale items, you've got to make sure there's fairness issues around it. So we're kind of thinking we should probably make sure that we've got a time that we're going to sell, and we've got some system for allowing people to fair access to them, because we're not going to sell too many of them, because every single one of them requires an artist draws an image based on descriptions the player for supplies. So this is going to be a limited thing. There won't be too many of them sold. And then the same is true of the uniques as well. Now these are going to be expensive, right? Because the thing is that we can't sell that many of them, and the cost to deliver a unique item now is so much higher than it was back when it was just some art and a few stats. There's a lot going on with these, so we're going to be doing that. I understand that you got one randomly in a box. Is that right, DM?
I did. I was curious for myself. I wasn't going to take your time asking it, but since you're bringing it up, were the boxes sent out? Did you guys handpick? You get this when you put them in a hat?
Yeah. So there was a 10% chance to get a creator unique, and a 90% chance to get a div card. So you lucked out.
Oh my God! One time no awareness. All right.
So hopefully people don't feel insulted if they didn't get one of those, because it really was random. I've got no idea who they got sent to. But anyway, what was it? Oh, that's right. So the div cards, yes. So the div cards designed, they've actually got a bit of a new design as well, a fresh coat of paint, but they do fundamentally work the same way that they worked before. The nice thing is that because of the way the Atlas works now, it's much more reasonable for us to make the drop rates you're not going to be able to, since you won't be able to just grind a single map again and again and again, we can kind of make it them better in terms of how often they drop when you find a given map and things like that. And it's just nicer for us to be able to spread them around the Atlas like this. So I think that'll make the div card experience quite a lot cooler. I think hopefully it's just a fun time, right? We like doing this community stuff. It's just fun to have the players involved and things like that. So, that'll be fun. And of course, the uniques are another whole can of worms. There's always a lot of back and forth with the community members about how OP it can be and all that sort of stuff like that. It's definitely always a thing. So it'll be interesting to see how well you can work with our designers on that one.
All right.
I'm still waiting for my box. It's stuck in customs.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault. It's Sweden's postal service is horrible. It's terrible.
So at this point, pretty much, I think we cut Gazi loose to ask his Minion related questions. So I think he had a little list of these here.
A little list. I try to keep it short. I hope everybody's comfortable. So let's just dive right into it. We label this as the Gazi Minion rant. It is short, though, mind you. We can start with the footage we watched earlier from content creators had the demon form from the Infernalist.
Yes!
When you popped it, all the minions disappeared. In the footage in the reveal, you had minions.
Yep,
we need some elaboration on this.
Yep. So this is actually something that I think probably does need some addressing, because right now, since the demon form is a shapeshift form, it means that your weapons are no longer equipped, which means you don't have your scepter. And I need to talk to Mark about the balance of that, because I think that's probably not correct. This is just one of those things that needs probably some specific stuff. So I'll talk to him about that, and we'll make sure that we sort something out. Because that demon form is obviously intended to be used with minions. It has it's got specific stuff. So, I'll talk to him and we'll see about that. That was happening there for sure. But yeah,
I'm a demon with a bunch of skeletons around me. Oh,
so that needs to be addressed.
Arise, my warriors!
The next question is, I know you love this. A lot of people don't, but I know you love it. And it is the Animate Guardian. Will we see it? Will it work differently?
Not an EA, but
Thanks so much for
see.
following.
We'll see about that. Actually, no. Okay, there is something. No, you know what? It's not an EA, so I won't talk about it. But there are some other things that kind of take some of the design space of that you'll see later on. But there are some stuff. I just think that it didn't quite
I'm
make
not
it.
gonna say you.
I'm pretty sure it hasn't made it yet, so we won't have that.
Okay. So we obviously have the spirit being the reservations resource for both minions and auras. So could you elaborate on the power balance approach that you have, the mindset for minion players when it comes to reserving your spirits? And like, how are we supposed to incorporate auras, or is it just meant for us to just not have any auras? They're supposed to be for minions.
So a couple of things I'll say. One of them is that on some level, you do have to make some decisions about, like, do I want more aura? Do I want more minion? My hope is that there'll be some tension there, where, like, in some cases it'll be more of one, some cases it'll be more of the other. However, I will
just
mention
have more
that you effectively have an aura on a stick
skeleton
with the scepter, because the scepters have a bunch of more traditional aura mods. So effectively, that's what the expectation is usually, that if you're playing a pure minion build and you're not wanting to actually hit yourself, then you'll probably want to go all in with all of the sort of aura mods on the scepter, and that will allow you to kind of get that kind of gameplay there.
You mean the cow costume?
So that would be the intention there. Yep.
I was in a cow
Speaking
costume.
of scepters, I know we talked about this in LA a few times, actually.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Swapping. When you have a scepter in one hand and now you're weapon swapping to a non-scepter set.
So the intention is to have it so that you can lock one of the weapons to work on both sets. So if you've got one scepter that is like really good, then you don't have. Then you can effectively lock that in place, so that you, no matter what you're swapping your other hand to, you can keep that. Like you can make sure that you've still got your scepter. But I believe that feature isn't quite in yet, and I don't know if it'll make it for early access or not. It might do, or it might not, depending on whether we get time to do it.
I do want to
follow-up question on that.
Follow-up
question on that is, let's say you have a scepter, like that gives you X amount of more skeleton warriors, and you're weapon swapping to without scepters. Now, obviously, the warriors goes away, but if the scepter gives you spirit that you have reserved for minions, in what order, what minions will be then disappear when you're then switching to a set that gives you less spirit than you were reserving?
Good question. Now what? Okay, so. Now the answer to this is tricky, because there is another user interface that isn't going to make it for early access that will much more clearly let you configure this, because that interface has a separate column for each weapon set you have, and you can put up and down the minion counts per weapon set in one grid. So that actually allows you to really exactly dial in this exact stuff. But unfortunately, we didn't get time. So there are a couple of problems with regard to spirit and minions and that interface that we have right now that are like make it a bit more confusing. And so we literally have like prototypes of this, but we just didn't quite finish it for EA. But effectively, you can control what minions are going to be spawned on what weapon set independently, and you don't necessarily have to have. It's not necessarily the case that like certain ones die because you ran out of spirit. It can be that you just have a completely different setup of how you want your minions to be on the other weapon set if you want, and then some will die and others will summon based on that. So you can use weapon sets to effectively have two completely different layouts of how you want your minions to be if you want. That is a possibility that you have, because effectively the reservations you have per weapon set and can be completely configured to whatever ones. Now any counts that are like, if you've got a count on one that's like 3 and a count on one that's 6, then it'll like change the 3 will die in order to account for the other 3. But effectively you can do kind of any kind of layout you want actually between the different sets. So the way that you'll see that is if you change weapon sets right now, then effectively the numbers will change in that thing, and if you adjust them, then it will effectively unlock the 2 between the 2 sets. And that's kind of the confusing part, I think, at the moment, because it's not obvious that that's occurring, and that's the reason why we wanted to have that grid layout of having like, here's weapon set A, here's weapon set B, here's the counts you have in each one, so to make that very explicit so you can see what's going on there. And it's the same with auras as well, where you can have like auras enabled and disabled on certain weapon sets, but it's like not very obvious with the user interface that we have at the moment that that's going on.
Okay. It seems like you have that seems like the solution to have one set for single target fights and one for clearing.
Yeah, you can do things like that if you want. You can do things like that.
Everyone has a solution with
I got
making
a question,
necromancer good, but
swapping here.
the last people did necromancer really good, for example, and also you can control your minions.
Pretty cool. So I'm kind of curious: is the benefit of dual wielding two-handers, like, is it the same as PoE1, or how exactly does the benefit of dual wielding two-handers scale in PoE2?
Yeah, so effectively it's actually different per skill. So every skill has got its own decision about how dual wielding works with it. In some cases, that will be visual in the sense that you can just see the fact that you hit with both weapons, like in the animation, right? So like now what we're generally trying to do is make sure that each attack, just like both weapons are inside it, and the animations might be such that like the idea is to try and sort of balance that with like what the animation is effectively doing. But usually you'll hit with both weapons in a single attack, but there are some attacks where you alternate and then you are faster, and there are some attacks that hit with both at the same time and it merges the damage packages so that you get like all of your stuff in one. Like, it actually is just very skill dependent. You'll have to sort of play around a bit to do that. But one thing you might have noticed is that on skill gems now, and this is also true in the skill in the advanced skill screen, there's different tabs that we can see the different, like, we'll have like weapon A and weapon B and different tabs and things like that. I believe that's how it works anyway.
Really difficult,
so that means you can kind of see like how that all interacts, and but effectively, different answer per skill.
Okay, appreciate that.
I'm gonna move on with my minion rant and say I'm just gonna say one word and a question mark, and the word is golems.
Golems, yeah.
Not right now, but I am sure
there's a maybe.
We'll come to those in the future.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll wrap it up with a couple of quick ones from the minions. Shout out to Crip for this one, and that is, the first question here is, permanent minions have commonly had lower power scaling than that of temporary minions in PoE1, and the question is, will this theme still be a thing in PoE2 despite the lack of generating corpses versus bosses?
So effectively, the temporary minions are designed in such a way that they can make a boss fight make sense in terms of damage and everything that you can do. And the temporary minions are kind of designed in a way to make it so that when you've got
from the very beginning. What is this?
Also your temporary ones, then that makes sense for clearing. So this is kind of a way to have like a different situation for bosses versus non-bosses. Now, there are certainly cases where you've got bosses that have minions, and then those ones you can raise temporary minions, and that effectively means that a minion build will have an easier time with those fights just because of that. Just because of that. But that's kind of okay. Like many fights don't have the boss is not spawning minions, so like it's kind of not like a big deal. And also it's just fine sometimes to just have some fights where some builds are better than others, and that's okay. So effectively, the intention is that with just the permanent minions that you have, you should be well, with a couple of exceptions. There's a few ways to do a few things, but effectively with just the permanent minions you have, that should make boss combat feel correct. And it's also kind of important as well because when you've got a full suite of temporary minions, the amount of minions you can have is like absolutely outrageous. And for clearing, that's fine, but for me,
guys, I want the game where like all the minions can hit at once. Like there is something blah blah blah. There's the minion mechanic, special minion mechanic, that all the minions, all the skeletons doing boom and boom, chihuahua.
Making boss combat actually makes sense. Having the fewer number by just having only the permanent ones kind of means that like you actually get the like proper combat we're trying to have for boss fights. So
I can see it,
I think that actually does quite work in that way, having
to
the combination of the two.
Switch the poles
It's funny
here.
you mentioned because that's how it felt playing at even low level. Like you had an army. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
I will ask one last question, which is actually the most important one. We saw Blood Mage, we saw Infernalist, which seems to be like the fire-oriented minion ascendancy. But
super chill.
Where's
It's such a chill gameplay, such a chill mindset.
Is ascendancy going to be like Occult Chaos, Dot, Curse, and Minions? Or what are we expecting to see here?
I won't say exactly what it is, but what I will say is this. One challenge we have with the ascendancies is we don't want it to be that if you're playing a minion character, here's the one ascendancy, right? Like, we don't want it to be that this is always your choice. So this makes it very tricky to design because we need to make sure that there's like something and a variety of these that you'd actually be interested in. And so that being said, look, I think it's a cool fantasy that we want to have the sort of necromancer type thing, but I think that in order to do it, we have to make it so it's not just so obviously what you need to pick that's the only choice. And effectively, so this is the design problem we have. So I think that effectively there was a shelving of like, we're having trouble solving this problem, we'll just go with these two for now. And that's kind of like the main issue. So yeah, that's effectively the design constraint we're working around with this.
It's just super chill in the beginning.
So
Like,
now
you
we
don't need to
made it through all
think
our
too
main
much about your
questions. We
minions.
have a handful of just like you don't have to elaborate much, just real simple ones that we pulled from the chat right before the start, and then thank you. We went about a half hour longer than we were planning to hold you, but we appreciate you taking the time. So I'll shoot these last ones out from the chat here. Okay, first one, strong boxes. That were shown in the review seem like you kind of get locked in almost like Ritual, and it takes a really long time for them to come out. So
this is another one of those. I wish we could have replaced that shot things, because like afterwards we're like, God damn it! Like we sped up the frickin' spawn rate on that strong box like right before we recorded that. Right after we recorded that, and we didn't get a chance to reshoot it. So yes, the number of monsters that spawned from that is much faster normally. It's just that the number was incorrect in that video. So you should expect the strong boxes just to be better than that. I believe that the smoke thing. I think the smoke thing was just a mod on it, wasn't it?
It could have been. I might have missed that. Yeah.
No. But the minion pace. It was like every time I saw that when I was watching like people react and stuff, I was like, God damn it! I really wish we had a chance to reshoot that shot.
Like the monkey.
This is way too complex.
All right. So next one here. Mouse plus analog concurrently. Like if you have an analog stick plus a mouse, can you use them both at the same time? This was somebody asking about an accessibility question.
So we plan
Hopefully
to have it so that you can swap, like so the UI will swap dynamically between the console version and the keyboard version, like when you just use each controller. But right now it doesn't do that. But that's a feature that's been really requested. So we're gonna get to it. We just need to get to it after the start of EA. But maybe you weren't asking that exactly. Were you asking about analog controller?
I think they're asking, like I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. Really, the accessibility. But the question particularly says they want to use the mouse and an analog stick at the same time, and I'm not sure how that would work. I'm not familiar.
That is not something that we currently support. As I said, the thing we will support is just the ability to swap from mouse keyboard UI to controller UI. And the main reason for that, by the way, is because people are keen to be able to manage their inventory using mouse keyboard, but actually play using controller. And so that's something that we're keen to support once we get around to doing that, which shouldn't be too far into early access.
On that topic, we had another rapid fire question. That is mouse and keyboard support for consoles. Yes.
Always.
Not currently there, I believe. It's something that we hadn't really considered until someone asked it very recently. I suppose it could be done. I would have to check in with the console team.
Everyone is asking this always, but it's pretty much impossible.
Right. Another really big question, which we're going to condense to a rapid fire version, and that is, we saw Ignite Magnitude. Could you just in a short term explain what magnitude refers to?
Just a multiplayer on Ignite. So effectively Ignite, I believe, by default, is like 25% of the hit. It does that. It's easy
on Xbox. So on Xbox, it's 100% do, but it's really worth the effort.
And then Magnitude effectively allows you to scale the Ignite.
Okay, then I'm wrong. But yeah, like I've heard somewhere that it's like...
Yeah, I believe
it usually
determines the dot.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
We had a few questions related to separate clients and being able to play both games at the same time. So let's say people will be able to want to play PoE1
but
and
chickens,
PoE2
highly
at the same
possible.
time.
It's Puppet Exile style. Highly possible.
They will be. You can do that. It's actually a bit weird. There might be like a few slight oddities when you do that with regard to when you change microtransactions and stuff. But it does work. It's something you can do.
Okay. Ultra wide resolution. For instance, I have a 49-inch monitor. Ultra wide resolution PoE2. How's that looking?
So you can do up to. So hang on. How big are what's the ratio of those big ones? I believe that the widest monitor usually gets like 29 by.
It's a weird, it's a weird one.
Whatever that number is, that's the big ultra wides. Yeah. So we do allow you to go up to that. If you go wider than that, it'll start to add black bars. I will say though that like
on the PS5 works with the keyboard and mouse, for example.
QA are not routinely running around with one of these.
There are some exceptions,
so there can be cases where you get like pop-in, like maybe a few cases. It should generally work.
Incoming,
you just might get a few
incoming.
visual things. Like I've noticed cases, for example, where it's like the level is not quite big enough. If you stand in one corner, you might see off the edge of the level very slightly. Like in a few cases, like there's a few kind of like weird things around, but in general, it works fine. You know, it's just that it's kind of not something that we've been like going out of our way to fix little art issues in when there are issues.
Sure.
As genre defining things like Minion summoners have been for the ARPG world, so is Cyclone. Spin to win. Are we going to see something like a spin to win skill in PoE2 soon?
You will eventually. Just unfortunately, the exact Cyclone skill of just hold it down forever and just spin forever, we don't have in this version. It is on another class. that will have that. There's quite a few other skills that involve swirling around and doing stuff though. So it's not like you're not going to have things similar, things like that monk skill, which is a little bit different.
This Friday, guys, we're doing Christmas stream from Nuremberg.
But the true just like hold down forever and just channel spinning. That's on a different class that isn't in EA.
Okay. On another topic referring to PoE1 is a spell totem. Will we see a spell totem in PoE2?
You will see it. Do we have it in EA or not? I thought we did. Did we have it in EA or not? Well, look, you're certainly going to have it. The question is, will you have it soon? I'm actually not sure. I mean, look, it was on the skill list recently. Is it still on the skill list? Well, if you're asking, you probably isn't, right? So it's possible that it was removed from the from the Sorc skill list if you didn't see it.
So it might have been
cut temporarily, but look, it's been made. It's there.
Or
it's just, 28?
No, wait, 28 will be opened in Nuremberg.
Yeah.
As far as I know,
how about modifiers for maps that like brick the map, for instance, reflect, being eligible, elemental immunities, things like that, concepts for this for PoE2?
So we do definitely have modifiers that are hard. And some
28 should be definitely open.
That will be hard on your build. I don't think we've got reflect, but there are mods that are hard. So it can happen, right? There are things like you've got to have certain things that your build can be good or bad against, I believe. It's notable, though, that the upsides and downsides work a bit differently, because the upsides are prefixes and the downsides are suffixes, rather than having them merged together. So that means the number of downsides that you face it will be lower, because there's only going to be 3 rather than 6. And that means that each one is like a bit more sort of interesting, in my opinion, as far as like you've got that issue with mod dilution, where it's like if you've got 6 things affecting you, then you barely even notice them, because it's not that you don't notice them, but it's like each one is not like as important because there's 6 of them. Whereas when there's 3, it's like the 3 downsides actually matter quite a lot. So I think it sort of changes the gameplay around that quite a bit. But sure, there might be cases where mods can kind of brick your build, but try to avoid those if you can. I personally think it's interesting to be able to play around certain stuff like that sometimes. But yeah, we don't want to be as harsh as something like reflectors, I would say.
Sure. One question that came up a few times was related to like an import-export, for instance, for skill trees. So for people can effectively copy-paste builds in there. Is this a philosophy you guys are for, against, etc.?
There's a feature that we never actually finished for this. It's in the game client, but I think probably disabled right now. So it's something that we did plan on doing. It's just that the UI for it was kind of crap and we didn't get time to finish it. But effectively, there was going to be a thing where you could make a .build file, which would effectively be like a skill tree layout that you could import. And effectively, it would work kind of like an item filter. We could throw it in a folder, and then the client would pick it up, and then you can select with a drop down which of the builds you want, and it just shows you the layout, and you can just allocate those points. So we are planning on doing that. We just kind of haven't got around to finishing it yet. So we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
But it will be available.
Rejoice across the globe. From now till the early access launch, 6th of December. We're not that many days off. 12 days, if my math is right. Yep. Teasers from now till then.
Yep, there's definitely going to be teasers. The community team have got a bunch of things, or at least they'll be making them. It is scary being so close. Like the big concern that I have is obviously server stuff now. Like my big concern is like, can we make sure that the servers are going to hold up? There's a lot of interest. Just looking at the numbers I'm seeing from like supporter pack sales and so on, and like I think there's going to be a lot of people on day one. So my job
I think
now
it's going to break,
is going to be like making sure that that's going to be okay. I really hope we can do that, because it's going to really suck if we get like launch day problems. I'm worried we're going to be setting record numbers that will, be very hard to deal with. But we'll do our best, obviously. That's going to be my thing to concentrate on going forward.
I want to just real quick follow up on that, because it sounds to me like you're almost surprised by the amount. I mean, obviously, you have a good product. You've been making a good product for a while, so you're not surprised you have a good product. But what I'm hearing is there's a lot of interest, maybe even more so than you were. Would you say this is accelerating a little bit larger than you guys originally anticipated? Or how that's gotta be encouraging, right?
I also checked that it's 8 p.m. my time, but I don't believe in my luck.
Is that I guess so? Obviously, when we get to open,
that's gonna break the game.
Right?
I don't think that I will be able to play on the 6th.
Because it's free.
I don't believe it.
Anyone can play it. I guess the expectation was that because this was paid entry, and also like there's just a general feeling around early access that people have, where it's like, oh, maybe I'll just wait till the release. Like there's always this kind of feeling of like, I'm gonna wait. And I guess my feeling was that because of the fact we had both that and also the and also the fact that it wasn't. Like you can't get in necessarily for free. I guess I was thinking like we would probably see sort of similar numbers to what we've seen in previous PoE launches, but I mean, just the number of people buying packs and so on, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be pretty damn huge. And I mean, look, obviously that was my goal, right? I wanted it to be large, and the part of the whole thing of having so much content in early access is literally to get this result, right? So on some level, I can't be too surprised.
Nikolaus is coming on the 5th, no?
Like
in the beginning of December, not
like
now.
I was completely certain we were going to smash it out of the park with regard to the full release. I just wasn't certain that we were going to have records on records for concurrency on early access, and so it's looking like we will, that means we have to make sure that our servers are up to the jobs, and it's not really a question of like buying more servers. I mean, you can always do that, although even that at some level of scale becomes tricky, because
Black Myth Wukong gonna beat
turn up to Amazon and be like, hey,
yeah,
we
it's
need,
gonna beat
5,000 servers out of nowhere. Like, there actually is some level of like
you can reload right now because it will beat it.
So we're doing that, getting you that all organized, but it's also just like the back end, right? Can the back end handle it? We have to
even
write,
if
load testing
it's
stuff
not gonna
to
do it.
Make sure that we can try to simulate it, but then your simulations will never quite match reality.
6th of December. Almost.
Will it actually
I don't know
work?
it because guys, even though I live in Germany, I'm skipping Nikolaus because I'm not a kid
I think we
and I
can see
don't
a
know
pretty
shit.
significant amount of people turning up
I'm
early.
already
It's looking like it's going to be very
Nikolaus already is not coming to me.
Can't
Nikolaus
wait.
is like,
last
filthy
rapid fire
immigrant.
question we have right now is equip gear, even though the gear piece itself makes you fulfill the attribute requirements. There's actually one more question after this, but you know what I'm talking about. Let's say you have a pair of gloves, they have 20 decks, and if you unequip, then you can't equip the skill gem or whatever. Can you just switch that with another pair of glove with dexterity without that being a problem?
Not even officially released in 2025. There is a chance.
You can swap them. I
feel about them like they're perfectionists, and there is a chance that it won't be released in 2025.
But currently, if you have a piece of gear that will support itself, like if you have a piece of gear where equipping it would give you enough stats to support it, unfortunately, it doesn't currently let you do that. You have to find a way to get the decks first, and that is annoying. And we are planning on fixing it one day. We just haven't gotten around to it. It's just very tricky to implement. It seems like it's simple, but the problem is that to actually do it completely correctly, because there are stats that affect.
All those classes are rather fast, so we can play them. Oh, come on, you have 6. You have 16 classes. You're gonna have plenty. You're gonna have a lot of shit to do. You don't need the right immediately now. The 6 more.
You actually have to effectively work out okay, what would the stats be on my character if I were to put this thing, including all the changes that would occur from all the different mods on this thing.
On the
and then after you've done that, then it's like, now I've done that a fake simulation of that. Now I need to do that for real. And so it's like it's just a little bit tricky to actually organize doing that. So we will get to it one day because it's a feature that I'd love to have, but currently it doesn't work.
So the last rapid fire question we have, and I'll send you on out, is people were asking many times about DLSS support.
Yeah, we have that.
There you go. The answer is that question.
Yeah. One thing I will say about it though, just one detail is that just to get a little bit technical here, because I used to kind of do engine programming stuff. The motion vectors we have, I don't think are as high quality as some games have, and we're using one of the DLSS profiles that's kind of supposed to be okay with that. It just means that some of the motion reconstruction may not be as good as like you get in some games. I think it's pretty reasonable, but honestly, I'm not a huge fan of DLSS myself anyway. Like I prefer the raw frames. I'm just that kind of guy, I guess. But we have support for it, and it works well. Like it's certainly the performance improvement that you're hoping for. It's just that
there's a bunch of shit that they can slowly but surely
we're really spell heavy, right? And so spells are like all of those alpha transparent effects.
Giveaway
that's like
for
the
free
worst thing for like upscaling.
I don't have free keys, by the way. They're not free.
So that's kind of where you'd expect to see the kind of artifacting that you get from DLSS.
All right. Well, that's it. We won't take any more of your time. We'll just take those questions and go. Thanks for going, twice the length, really, that we expected to be here. 2 hours. Got a lot of good information. Is there anything you want to throw out at the end, just because we're about to wrap? Is there anything you want to say, ask, or
I mean, I don't know. Really, I think we probably covered everything. But I just really hope everyone enjoys the game when we release soon. I'm just really keen. And as I said, I'm sorry if the servers fall over. Like I'm really. I really, really hope we're able to get the servers to not fall over on release day. That's just my one goal now. So, We'll do our best.
All right, cheers.
Amazing. Well,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And all right, everybody, that was.
You saw nothing. Endgame already in the beta. I'm happy that they're giving us something now, guys. My god damn it, Spirit Board number 3. I remember you guys. Can I chill a little bit? I'm gonna just chill a little bit. In Diablo, I will chill. I will just tiny little bit chill. Like nothing. I will chill. Chill. That was a lot, guys. That was a lot. So, this reminds me freaking this weekend when my brain just exploded. My brain is just going boom boom. Spiritborn, where the fuck? Here it is. Argonaut, hi. To play Spiritborn before it's ruined forever. It's gonna be ruined forever, for fuck's sake. We can see, guys, it's OP, it's overpowered right now. Nothing going to happen with it. Just look at this, it's insane. It'll be that bad once we start playing. Like, I mean, if you are a little bit ignoring, guys, you need to ignore a little bit the whole depth of the game. Don't get me wrong, it's like all great, but if you're just starting, you need to know like I don't know, 5 basic things, and that's it. And then slowly but surely you're adding new layer of information, a little bit, layer by layer. Because they're fucking insane. I think I will be, guys, the giveaway will be drone. We're gonna find out the winners on Thanksgiving, on American Thanksgiving. Blame Americans, yeah, I agree. Basically on Thursday. On Thursday we're gonna find out the winners. Holred, hi, what, did we ban you? For real, dude? Why did we ban you? Should I ban you again? Cause I will. Oh, you never banned me. Okay. Okay. That was close, my dear. We almost did it again. I mean, the first time. Yeah, I don't always remember the usernames. I do remember the specific something that you said that you did. That I remember. But with usernames I can be bad sometimes. I am between playing Mercenary and Witch. I'm really like torn apart because I thought I decided that I will be playing Mercenary, but then they showed the fucking Witch with the minions and with the Demon Lady, and apparently Demon Lady gonna actually have you anyway will be running around with the fire minions, and you're the Demon Lady. Oh, you mother poopsters! That's too good. Literally put the song today. He's still running stuff. Yeah. It is this level of insanity. That's why I'm saying, like, just ignore the fuck out. They should ignore it. Just like doesn't matter. For real. You don't need to know it. The game bet and start making builds. Amen. Maybe you're right. Hier kommt die Sonne 3. Stern von allem. Hier kommt die Sonne. Hier kommt die Sonne 3. Hier kommt die Sonne. Hier kommt die Sonne. No, guys, the sun's out, by the way. It's already dark. It's almost 5. It's pretty much middle of the night here already. Still grinding. I had one, I died, and I lost it. I need the runes. How's the big fitness training event? The first day sucked. The first day I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? The music is not so loud, yeah? Fuck, wait. I need to fix it, but I am trying not to die. Biasa! Good, but should I change it? Should I change something? I guess I can. I agree.
Quite the challenge, eh?
So basically, yeah, the first day really sucked because it was like a lot about connect with your inner self, blah blah, show your love. Why so like why? This is the same bullshit. This is the same bullshit with the I'm allowing you to smile. I'm allowing you to show the love, and I'm like, and I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed when I hear it. I'm so annoyed. I am so annoyed. the dude was like, the trainer, he was like, so how was it? Can you, like, he's literally like, no, it's not trolling, it's like the educational technique, so to say. He's like, so how would you rate? How would you judge? How would you rate it? Was it good? Like, he's asking me, I'm like, yeah, it was good. Are you sure? And like, he asked me like literally 5 times, and each time, yeah, I'm sure. But apparently I wasn't saying it convincing enough, I don't know. Like, oh, he was just trolling, he was just literally trolling. And I'm like, dude, I know that I'm good. You don't need to, like, you don't need to do this with me. But the second game, he was actually super like technique, how to do this exactly. You need to do this. You need to say this. And it was super actually educational and good. It's like, and the most ridiculous part is like that I saw how we all improved. Like, the second day we super improved. That was so weird. It is a training for the trainers, how to be better trainers. How to, like, it wasn't like specifically he was giving like a lot of technical information, also this, correct this, do this, like whatever questions we had. But it was literally how to motivate people, how to be a better trainer. And all of this connect with yourself. Oh, you come on. Jim Beams, we're gonna blast it. We're gonna so fucking blast it. But what is the most important shit? Talking about, yeah, I started like even, like, talking about the Christmas gifts. I now know what will be my Christmas gift to myself. I know the new educations. I talked with this guy and I know specifically where to go study. And my Christmas gift to myself will be to get in myself 2 new fitness educations. And I'm today, because like, plus I'm getting them like today, not today, like the next couple of days, because it's Black Friday and right now there are discounts on those educations. And I am like, oh! I know how much they cost usually, and now they are actually, are they local? They are online. Thank you, Universe, they are online. They're online and I need to attend a couple of classes to go to somewhere in Germany, it doesn't matter, but it's not like every day or every week. I can choose it, and that is like super good. But this is half a year, one is half a year, one is like 8 months. This is like hardcore shit. No, it's not hardcore, it's just like long periods. But yeah. And this is important. So today I'm like thinking, still like doing final considerations until end of this week. I hope I will get them. And then I will be super studying. In City Skylines, Jim Beams, enjoy. Enjoy your airport. Oh my gosh. Plus I was teaching today in the morning and I feel it. And I feel it. And I like it. And I spoke German. People, this is so insane for me. This is like next level insanity for me. Because I remember how I was first time studying in Germany and how I understood nothing. Okay, a little bit I understood something, but no, nothing. This was such a fuck up. And now I'm like, yeah, keep talking. Good luck to you. Keep talking. Oh, so good. I need one, and I don't wanna. Fuck this. Let's go some PT. My Spiritborn doesn't have any glyphs, guys. Over and over again. So these are the news. New fitness education! How was your weekend? I'm fucking dead! I don't care. That's okay, my necroc is one glyph. I cut down a tree this weekend. Oh, by the way, you reminded me about the plants. It's your fault. I'm getting myself the ugliest orchid ever for this, for the that I survived the fitness education. I am getting myself the this is the scariest orchid ever. I love it. I so love it. Why the fuck did you cut the tree? Buffed Exile to either Witch or Mercenary, don't know. Don't know, we'll decide the last day. I don't know when I will wake up and I will feel it. Right now I feel myself more like playing Witch. Because the minions and because of the Demon Lady. But on the other hand, it's low life build. Wana, where are you going? Maybe the Mercenary would be easier. But on the other hand, the minions. The minions will save me. I'm gonna play Witch, here we go. It was then need to be trimmed down to a baby tree again. Nein, schon 7 plus. Minions. Fire minions. Combining fire and minions, guys, this is my dream come true. This is my ultimate combination. It's unbelievable. What's my favorite tech? No, maybe it will grow back. Because if you did it, maybe it will grow back. No, I don't think that I ever played. Ugly orchid. Oh, it's so scary. It's so scary. I'm gonna call it Bale, I think. Because it is so ugly. I think it will be. It's like how it should be. Bam. Ba-da-dum.
My hammer sings on your return.
Rated light price, your evening will be nice. It was like this and you cut it into? Ah, fancy as fuck. I don't even know what this is. I don't know. This is some American trees. Ay, ay, ay. Foo. Snowball tree. That doesn't tell me anything. How's it going? Still, Spiritborn is like for 5 seconds alive. With chicken hi. We are Path of Exiling mostly, and a little bit we are remembering how to press the buttons in D4. Because it's relaxing. That's actually relaxing. And we're gonna have this week, guys, Thanksgiving stream. And we're gonna have this week special Thanksgiving stream, yeah, with a giveaway. And we're gonna have the Christmas stream, the stream from the Christmas market on Friday, hopefully. Hopefully. In the Nuremberg. Anthony, hi. Till you close our eyes for good. Anna doesn't know who is Eva Max, but cool! We close our eyes for good. Good morning. Good morning. No. I haven't watched any of the Dune yet, but I watched an episode of The Empress. No, I was like, Saturday, I went home, literally, I just picked up a gift, wrapped the gift, and I went to the party of my neighbors. Done. Sunday, I came home and died, that's it. I have a Peacock subscription now. I'm not even sure it's available in Germany. Did they have the Dune there? What do they have there? On into you. I'm already not sure. Is it the streaming service? There's some good stuff though. Both Dune episodes released now. I like it so far. Guys, you're giving me hope. That's great. I'm happy. I'm super happy. So guys, I think I need the talent glyph. I think it's my first glyph. Dog hugging you. Dog! Siege Frightborn also hi. Dog, I was like the whole weekend. I spoke German. And people understood me, and I understood them, and it's OP. And it is so cool. Like, for real. This is till till now, I am so... I even caught myself one moment there during this like all training and everything. and I'm listening to the dude who is explaining this some shit, and I'm like, I can understand you. Fuck. No, I'm so happy. I really, guys, I'm really lucky. Just finished it. I'm really lucky. I'm really happy when there is like a lot of shit to watch. You know, that there is a lot of things, great things to watch. This is cool. This is like wonderful. It sucks when you don't have shit to watch. Thank you so much for following. Is that the show? The Machine War? It shows the Machine War. I want a show that is in that period. It shows some moments from the Machine War, yeah? One glyph, guys. Not leveled, but still, I have it. Still counts. Yeah, they definitely should. Good luck with not dying, Vandals. I'm afraid to go anywhere like higher than T2. I can go T2 farm. We can go T2 farm runes. Yeah, like I'm a little bit afraid so far to go higher. I'm like okay, I'm super chill on T2. Maybe refinements would be better to do higher. But runes can drop relatively early, I guess. Complicated. I need to check. Siege, hi. Thank you so much for following. Oh my gosh, at least one. At least one is now 15. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Diablo is fun and Diablo is love. It's super safe for hardcore. I'm doing the quill. I'm trying to finally just to keep it alive. Okay, my eye is leaving me. Again. You suckness is in hardcore and softcore. Maybe hardcore. Am I saying this? Am I saying this? Fuck! Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck! Yeah, I know, shocking myself. I just never thought I can play it, but apparently I can. I did my part. You're a pro-ish. Then I will be playing, guys, Perfect Exile 2, and that's it. That's it. I'll ascend to level God. I told you, everyone gonna fucking stretch here. Perfect Exile or no Perfect Exile 2. You're gonna stretch, you gonna. Guys, you don't fucking understand. You don't understand. Like, the more you stretch, the longer you can play. The longer you can grind. Oopsie daisy. I have 26 harmony. I'm lagging. Hee. You wanna grind? You want to grind? Fucking stretch! Exploited, hi. That, by the way, also would help. Exploited, how is it going? Slope watching! Exploited, do my best.
I do think so much good I would have done. Much good.
Hello.
Bum, bum, bum. More harmony. Shitty helm. I got 1 refinements. Now guys, slowly but surely absolutely dying. I'm kinda happy that PoE2 is coming in 2 weeks. I also want the stupid Shaco to go to T4. Ugly orchid. Am I gonna get myself the ugliest orchid ever? I had no idea that they even exist. It looks like it's about to kill you. It looks literally like it's gonna, the moment you're gonna go to sleep, it's gonna eat you. Yeah. My Bale orchid. They should have those in hell. Like in burning hells. They can grow. Of course I will. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna love it. All my plants are grown. All my plants are grown because they feel the love, guys. You see? You see? And this motherfucker from the fitness club, from this education is like, you should show the love. That if you don't see the love, that's your personal problems. My plants, they feel it, they see it, they grow. There is science behind love in the plant. Of course! I know that's real. They fucking grow. Here in New Zealand, exploited. Hello? From New Zealand. Fuck. Exploited. What's important? And what I absolutely hate is that New Zealand is godly. New Zealand is ridiculously epic. I was just waiting for you. And that's why I love my flowers. That's why, you know, guys, I haven't seen them during the weekend. I haven't seen them at all. And I was today, like, I was checking them, and I was like, oh, you're so beautiful. One of my orchids, not ugly ones, just a normal one, really soon gonna have baby orchids. Really soon it's gonna have its own flowers. The cat would probably eat some. There are some plants that the cats are not eating, no? The orchid looks like fly trap. That's the point. But it's not. No, I don't know. I just get rid of them. That's it. You're out. That's it. Nothing is happening and the plant is still good. The plant is not dying. I think he eats everything. I'm sorry. Only I will enjoy my ugly orchid. I wanna craft my runes a little bit. Here I am. Anna is here. Silent Shade, hi hi. No, I could get them, let's say. So what? No, guys, I really need to go to sleep. Fuck. Oh, no, doesn't feel good. If I will get some rest, you're fucking gonna get the runes and my paragon. Fuckers. For the next 12 days. pretty... I hope that it's gonna be something frozen, but I hope that I have there not only pizza. I can't. I wasn't cooking. I can't cook. I don't want to cook right now. Maybe I have there some vareniki. 267 on softcore. And there is a time when cooking is too much, yeah. I am not ready. Nope. No freaking Shaco! Stupid Yom. Stupid Yom. Let's go one more time.
You take care now.
Can I give you tributes? Can you see them? Can you give them? Can you take them? Yeah, give me 2 yoms. Nah, account bound. Fuck this. So tell me now. Guys, all the people who watched Arcane. To some extent. Oxy, hi, hi. What did I do? I stole the ruins. Last weekend. Oh, yeah, I have it. Oxy, so. The TV show is called The Empress. It is the TV show. It's like recently they released on Netflix the 2nd fucking season. Don't mess it with some other TV show. The TV show about the German royal family, Franz and Sissi, Franz and Elizabeth. Watch it. You're gonna love it. They just released the 2nd season. So, noob decision, my dear. Battle Pass is worth in the season. The season will be over relatively soon, but you still have the time to complete it. And you're gonna get transmogs from it. Hardcore workout on level 22 still alive. Rusty! Boom! Level 22 still alive. Simic, have you heard? Rusty on YouTube is level 22 still alive and you are super dead. I haven't watched it before, thanks. You're gonna like it. But check that it's the okay, because if you will just like start Googling, you may find, is it show of English and of Deutsch, filmed by Germans, original language is German, it's translated in English as well. How much of the Empress is about royal family drama stuff? It is pretty much about royal family drama stuff, but it's really, really well made. The Path of Falcons also feature Omens and no! Too late! The wait, I'm gonna craft it, I'm gonna die in 5 seconds, so then I need the new Shaka. Always. Another hardcore character. It hurts.
Damn this old knee.
They're adding armory. They're adding armory from the next season.
Utterly timeless.
I'm a greater affix. Fuck you. You could be better. Mama, on the knee. Oi, guys. I don't have any fucking runes.
Remarkable.
Ich würde es auf Deutsch. Ja, Real Elite is for real. Watch. If you speak German, like, watch the Empress TV show. It's a German TV show made by Germans with German actors. They speak really beautiful. The German is really, really nice there. Kid birthday party. Are you ready for life now? Nothing to scare you. I am impressed. 0 for hero, and I got the kid really good gift, so I'm like super OP. What's there, like pork, cry pork, something like this? It's no more useful. Oxy, give it to me. Give it to me. No, this is mostly for my evilness. Okay. Oxy, give it Kyom. Thank you so much for following. Give it to Quill Bill. He doesn't have shit. Do you have Buck? Do you have Buck? Asking for a friend. I know that all the cool people, they're in... That's what I know. I know that all the cool people, they're in OnlyFans guild in World of Warcraft, but I don't know any, like, drama information.
As fine as the relics of old. Bring a challenge next time, won't you?
Godly, thank you so much. Runes in the game since this season, since the new expansion. Did you kill another Spiritborn? Oh, yeah, and how many of them I did.
be here, tinkering away.
I need $2. Of this there's only fangs. It's like a soap opera. Out of 60 to disconnect, which is rare in World of Warcraft. It's been a while. 1 orcs, undead, down on trolls. Divided everyone into the 4 races, and they have point system to determine the best race. So sad. So funny. Oops. Cupcake, how are you? Where are you? I don't see you. With branch and apricot sauce. Fuck! Duck. What is my t-shirt with I don't give a duck? I did shoot it. It's even like you. That's even the more OP. That's absolutely insane. Kitchen is gone. That's it. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Both died. Go disconnects. Apparently, it's not that rare anymore. That's annoying, guys. When you need those stupid high-level runes, they're not dropping. When you don't need them, they freaking everywhere.
You take care now.
Yeah, cool. To disconnecting God, crossing us, and all rusty. Can anyone here kill on T4? Let's go kill on T4. Wie heißt die Show? Die Empress. Die Kaiserin, oder? In German, ich glaube, Kaiserin. Die Kaiserin. I need to do 60. You need to do, guys, 65 then. Deutschland!
It is done.
Oh, do you have Shroud? You know, Shroud is really helping. Vietnam, happy lurking. Oh, really? First 65. I can't open. I can open the thing. Yeah, I understand that apparently I'm not supposed to freaking like Diablo 4, but I do enjoy it, so fuck it. Mein Herz in Flammen will ich lieben und verdammen Deutschland, mein Atem kalt, so jung und doch so alt, Deutschland. Everything is working as intended. Exactly. I have Shaco and soon gonna have a Shroud, and Valdal's not gonna. Maybe it will.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Use it well.
T4. And just tell me when to TP, guys. Andy's 3 of Whispers, but I guess no. Where should I TP, guys? Where should I TP? Now Andy's a Whisper, but no one wanna go to the Andy, I assume. Andy, fuck no. Just go somewhere. In case I need Duriel, anyone has the mats for Duriel? I have shit tons of Grigori, like shit tons of. No need of hardcore, yeah. Okay, Grigori. Tell me when I can TP. You're at Grigori. And it's safe. No, it's not. You're not at Grigori. Grigori. But I anyway need couple of... I really need couple of Duriel. Native language is Russian, but I'm originally from Moldova, currently living in Germany. Ha! Guys, by the way, who wrote me on Instagram like German government collapsed? I'm like, no, yeah, kinda. And someone wrote me like, are you okay? And like, yeah. truth to be told, like on the everyday life, the fact that German government collapsed doesn't has any impact. Have fun. This season, shit tons of Malcolm. Most importantly, I got shit tons of Ubers this season talking about I'm just swearing free. And I died on hardcore and like they were destroyed and then I did them again and I got them again. Go kill it, guys. Go kill it. It was just perfect. I know. It was way too sad. You see them? I see them. Weakling.
Thanks. You invite the wrath of not
Even the
one,
train wasn't
but
delayed today,
thousands.
guys. So kinda good? I know, 3 minutes it was delayed, but okay. So can I pick up? Can I pick up? Can I pick up? Picky up. Still in Germany? I am still in Germany. I had one more back. Which means that one more and I will be able to craft Shroud. Was on time. They were almost on time. No, one was delayed. But I think 3 minutes is allowed delay.
Fight hard, eh? Make the devils pay.
I leech a lot. One more back. Let's go. Game crash coming. Oh my gosh, I thought you died. Stole mats and run. Smart one. Crazy, thank you so much. I hope it will drop. I hope it will drop now. Now, guys, I'm slowly but surely dying. Let's go. Let's do the rotation, and I'm out for today. Maybe do real. Oh my gosh, the stupid weapon I need. Ugh. Super bad weapon. I need a better weapon. Yeah, you will. Let's do Duriel instead. Let's do Duriel instead. Got something? What you got? Hey, congratulations! It's absolutely trash! Vanilla Bet, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. You are OP, BPP, OP. And that is glorious. Duriel. Crazy, can you give Vandalsa one yom? The dude who is trolling you. Just tired. Vanilla Bay, oh, absolutely sexy. Eat a bretzel, my dear. They're gonna change them next league, next season. Next league, next season on my brain. And they will be useful. So, can I TP to Duriel? One Duriel rotations. Motherfucker's not giving me anything. That's his problems. One, guys. I need one back. One back. And I'm crafting myself Shroud. And I can die again. And that's it. That character will die. I have 2 shots. We'll give you 2. Can you, I don't know, move a little bit or something? Okay, here I am. Toasted Toad, hi hi. Fuck, guys, I'm TPing. Probably it's unsafe. Yeah, you TP'd back. Cool. So, can I TP? This is my some number spirit bar. Go, 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 go! Where the fuck did I pick them up? Here they go. 4. Come on, my weapon. Come on, my weapon. Maybe he will die there. 277 Paragon. That will be something new for me to kill. 4 shots. Oxy waiting for you just outside. By the way, I haven't picked up the rune. I don't know if it's there. I haven't picked it up. I don't have any eggs. I need to do Varshan to get the eggs. Ultimate Diablo conversation. How many eggs? How many shards? Soul Band! 4 great affects are so useful. No, I have regular nails, but thank you. But no eggs. You need to do, stupid. Varshan. Poor Duriel, he moved. Here is your shots. Here is your shots. The shots. Ta-dam. One point fucking two. But you're anyway better than the shit that I have. Okay, guys, one last rotation, like last one. I'm dead. And my frozen pizza, or maybe frozen something else, isn't coming. Guys, gonna do the early stream tomorrow. Let's try to do the super early stream. Super City weapon. No, I hope it will drop. I hope it will drop. Together with back. The good one was destroyed, unfortunately. Died with me. Great affix is perfect trot. Okay, that's insane, dude. That's insane. How you didn't uninstall? How long will our Shaco leave? The chances are low. Okay, guys, I'm gonna disappear in the darkness because I am going absolutely insane right now. And they all suck. Stay sane, guys, and eat something tasty, and we're gonna continue tomorrow. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here today. And we're gonna continue tomorrow. Josh. We seduced you here before Christmas. Haha. People! Christmas isn't coming this week. We're officially starting Christmas, by the way, on this stream. Have an amazing, amazing evening. Thank you. I've got back runes. Tomorrow, maybe. I'll get them. Have an amazing, amazing evening, boys and girls. Eat something tasty. Don't forget to stretch. For fuck's sake.